Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 3645. This good news was also the result of Long Chen's persistence during this period of time. The hatred of the dragon servants, the crisis of the myriad world's destruction, all these factors weighed heavily on Long Chen's heart. He was like a beast hibernating in the depths of the darkness, never forgetting about it. Therefore, he was desperately trying to become stronger. First, the first piece of good news is, at this point, the ancestor gods were even more expectant. From Long Chen's words, there was more than one piece of good news. Now, killing intent surfaced on Long Chen's face. Everyone, I can find where they are hiding. As long as they are still in the myriad worlds, they won't be able to escape my eyes. In fact, this came from the transformation of the life law. Long Chen had comprehended a new life law. It was because of this need that he pondered in this aspect. Finally, with the success of the origin of the fifth world, he also succeeded in this aspect of the life law. This meant that they were no longer passive. From today onwards, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others were forced to come out from the shadows. Long Chen could constantly track their whereabouts, which meant that he could hunt them down. This is indeed great news. The ancestor god couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, they had been led by the nose by the other party. It was too frustrating. They were much stronger than the chaotic whole ancestor and the others. In fact, they just lacked the ability to find them. With this ability, I don't think they can escape. Even the past and future ancestors can't save them too many times. The ancestor god of six paths' eyes were full of killing intent. Long Chen, now that you've reached this realm and are so capable, it's time for us to ambush and kill them. You can decide when you want to do it, and we'll keep you company. Chaos Ancestral God made a prompt decision. He knew that this was a great opportunity. At this time, the other party is still in hiding. They are obviously preparing a new attack and plan. If we find them now and kill them, we can disturb them and even finish them off in one go. The primordial Chaos Ancestor God said so. Kill them. The ancestor gods were extremely fanatical. Their eyes flickered with anticipation and respect for Long Chen. To them, no matter what kind of danger they encountered, Long Chen could find a way to solve it. Especially when he killed vast people's emperor ancestor, it was just too shocking. There's no hurry. I'm just telling you one of the good news. Long Chen smiled faintly. He didn't keep everyone in suspense. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, the second good news is that I have a way to break through the escape of the past and future ancestors. In other words, we can easily find them this time and then restrict them to an area for us to kill. In other words, we've solved the two biggest problems we faced in killing them? Chaos Ancestral God asked in disbelief. That's right, Long Chen said straightforwardly. During this cultivation, he had been thinking about how to solve these two problems. Now, he had finally found the answer in the laws of life and karma. Amazing! This news naturally caused all of the elder gods to cheer uncontrollably. In other words, right now, we already have the conditions to fight to the death with them. Long Chen declared passionately. To be honest, he had found it hard to control himself when he saw the black hole wizard ancestor slip away in front of his eyes several times. Now, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. It wasn't just to protect the infinite worlds, but also to answer to the dragon attendants. Chaos Ancestral God said, I agree. Only 18 days have passed. They are clearly preparing a new plot. If we suddenly find them at this time, imprison them, and surround them, we can definitely disrupt their plan. They only have 4 combat power left. Although 3 of them are in the middle of the 4th era, the 12 of us, together with Long Chen, who can kill an ancestor god, will definitely be able to take them down. Chaos Ancestral God was almost done with his analysis. In fact, in Long Chen's eyes, the other party had never been strong. They were only good at escaping. Now, these two problems were solved. The other party could not even withstand a single blow. As long as they were taken care of, at least the infinite worlds would be at peace. Long Chen would also have the opportunity and time to take care of the sky-swallowing clan. It would be best if he could find a way to completely eradicate them. Kill them. They are the cancer of the infinite worlds. The elder gods were excited and cheered. They could only hide in the death world and the dragon sacrificial continent. To them, this was too depressing. Now, everyone was united and wanted the fourth era ancestor gods to die. It's time. The 13 strongest experts gathered together. They looked at each other. Think of a way to imprison them, and leave the black hole witch ancestor to me, said Long Chen. Okay. What are you going to do with him? Kill him, of course. As for the other 3 elder gods, Long Chen did not necessarily want their lives. It would depend on their performance when the time came. As for divine ancestor Kitagarbha, he had also paid a high price. They were ready to set off for the ultimate battle. Chen, I still feel that the black hole witch ancestor is very strange. Did we underestimate our opponent this time? Lingxi reminded him in a low voice. Thinking of the strange behavior of the black hole witch ancestor recently, Long Chen reminded everyone, it's possible. This is a big matter. Everyone, be very careful, especially the black hole witch ancestor. We can't be careless. We must think of a way to imprison them. Understood. They would not make a mistake because of carelessness in such a critical matter. After coming out of the world of death, they came to the dragon sacrificial continent. Here, Long Chen had to find the location of his opponent. The 13 of them, led by Long Chen, were ready for a mid-level fight. At this time, they definitely won't expect it. Long Chen was confident. Now was the best time to make a move. The dragon-headed ring on his finger had already contained the origin of 5 worlds. The origin of life force of 15 different colors was swimming around his body. Endless power finally gathered in Long Chen's eyes. Instantly, the center of his eyes turned turquoise, like an emerald green planet, releasing a magnificent power of life. The whites of his eyes were filled with 14 other colors, as if they were satellites around a green star. They emitted strange and dazzling lights, which decorated his eyes beautifully and majestically. His eyes were like a world full of vitality. Wherever his eyes looked, it could simply bring the dead back to life and revive all living things. The origin of life eye. His gaze turned to the myriad worlds. At this moment, all life in the myriad worlds couldn't escape from Long Chen's eyes. This pair of eyes completely transcended distance and the elements of reality. He could simply see all life in the myriad worlds. First, on the dragon sacrificial continent, he could clearly see every person, even the tiny mosquitoes and plankton in the water. Billions of living things clearly existed in his eyes. No matter where they were, as long as Long Chen wanted to, he could see the uneven folds on the legs of mosquitoes. Then, he could see the spirit essence star ocean, the endless cosmos mountain, the chaos divine world, the primordial divine world, and so on. All life in the myriad worlds couldn't escape his origin of life eye. Where are you? The myriad worlds were so huge. Long Chen ignored the parts of the myriad worlds, only focusing on life. In this way, the myriad worlds weren't that huge in his eyes. They are all 4th era ancestral gods. The life force of the 4th era ancestral gods is the most majestic in the entire myriad worlds. That's why, to me, they are the most conspicuous existences in the myriad worlds. Long Chen had absolute confidence that he could find them. He had seen the entire Eastern Star region, not even the smallest part of it. Then, all life in the Northern Star region flitted past his eyes. Finally, there was still nothing in the Western Starfield. In other words, they are in the southern starfield. Long Chen's eyes looked to the distant south. Chapter 3646. That's right, it was in the southern star region. Long Chen has his own rules. He had absolute confidence. The eye of origin of life could allow him to see all life in the myriad worlds. His gaze swept across the southern star field. He scanned through all the areas: Hongjun Starry Sea, Heaven Sword Divine Territory, Taihao Domain, etc. Everyone looked at him nervously. After all talk was talk. Only when there were real effects would they be able to rest assured. Found it. Soon, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He was very satisfied with the life rule. Where is it? Asked the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods. A small corner of the border. They are really well hidden. However, from today onwards, no matter where they are, they won't be able to escape my eyes. Long Chen counted carefully. The 4 of them were all there except for sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. But all living beings knew that the divine realm still existed. Perhaps he was hiding in the divine kingdom of one of the ancestral gods. If this was an ordinary elder god, Long Chen would be able to use his eye of life source to pierce through their divine kingdoms. But the likes of the Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor were still a bit lacking. After finding their positions, everyone present naturally entered a state of battle. Everyone, remember not to underestimate your opponents. Suppress them as quickly as possible. Long Chen urged again. All right. From the determination in everyone's eyes, one could see their determination for this battle. Especially Lingxi. Although she had just recovered to the 4th era's origin ancestor god realm, she had also entered this state following Long Chen's expedition. Go! They returned to the Death Realm and went to the Death Realm Dragon Gate that was closest to the location. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The fact that Long Chen had come out to battle this time meant that his strength had already reached his previous goal. Now, the 4th epoch's primordial ancestor god could no longer do anything to him. After coming out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, they pounced on their prey at their fastest speed. They are so quiet. What are they doing? In Long Chen's eye of life. Those fellows seemed to have frozen in place, not moving at all. Of course, Long Chen couldn't care less. With their speed, they naturally arrived in the blink of an eye. They surrounded the 4 opponents and closed in on them. Long Chen was right in front of him, rapidly approaching the other party. In fact, he was already preparing the new rules. That was the law that broke the escape method of the past and future ancestors. With this method, he wouldn't have to worry about the other party escaping without a fight. At this time, the chaotic cave ancestor and the others were resting with their eyes closed. They had agreed on 2 months, but not even half of it had passed yet. When they sensed the approaching experts, the first thing they felt was shock. Obviously, Long Chen and the others had found them. But the problem was, the infinite worlds were so vast, how could they find their location under such circumstances? Let's fight when the time is right. Let's go. The Great Hole Sorcerer ancestor said to the past and future ancestors with an indifferent expression. Yes. The ancestors of the past and future were about to unleash their laws. At this time, Long Chen and the others had already arrived in front of them. In the past, even if they knew the other party's location, it would be difficult to intercept them. They had already escaped under Long Chen's nose many times. However, before the past and future ancestors' laws swept over, Long Chen was already prepared. In his hand was the black and gold karma halberd. This was the good fortune brought about by karma. Long Chen held the karma halberd and slashed at the void. In an instant, with the karma halberd as the center, the endless world around it changed. At least 1/10 of the infinite worlds entered a unique state, as if it was another world. There were only 2 colors in this world. Above was an endless golden fog that covered the sky, while below was a black, dry land that was as hard as steel. The golden fog swept over hundreds of millions of miles. The steel and black soil were like a cage that imprisoned the world. Karma world. This was a world created by Long Chen using the karma laws. There was only karma, nothing else. This was a world that he controlled, and his laws came from the ancestral dragon's laws. No matter how high the past and future ancestors' laws were, they could not compete with laws at the same level as the ancestral dragon. Unless they defeated Long Chen, there was no way to break out of the karma world. Or they could wait until the origin power of Long Chen's world was exhausted. The Eye of World Origins and the Karma Great World were laws that Long Chen had comprehended after much thought in order to capture them. He had long been prepared for this. Now that the Karma world had subverted the infinite worlds and locked the surrounding infinite star regions into its own world, how could it let them escape? Wheel of the Past. The huge wheel of the past and future ancestors appeared once again, pulling the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others away. Long Chen and the others did not intercept them. Instead, they watched. At this time, the other party's divine body began to flicker, and the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others laughed proudly. I didn't expect you to find this place. What a pity, but what can you do? The Blood Demon Ancestor laughed. The wheel of the past flickered continuously, and just as it was about to leave, the entire karma world trembled. The 4 Fourth Era's origin ancestor gods suddenly stopped flickering. The wheel of the past had shattered in the karma world. The past and future ancestor frowned deeply and softly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" She was about to try again, but this time, Long Chen and the others would not give her another chance. After successfully stopping the other party from leaving, Long Chen only said one word, "Kill." The target of his blood-colored eyes was the Chaos Whole Ancestor. Now, the Chaos Whole Ancestor stood behind the 3 ancestor gods. His expression could not be seen, but it was definitely cold. The current situation was definitely beyond his expectations. Attack, kill. 13 against 4. Basically, there were 3 of them against 1. The Tao Ancestor of the era, the past and future ancestors, and the Blood Demon Ancestor would be left to them. Long Chen only believed in the Chaos Whole Ancestor. At the same time, Lingxi was also helping him, and that was enough. In terms of strength, the Chaos Whole Ancestor was indeed the weakest. However, he was mysterious and full of tricks. Therefore, although the 11 ancestor gods were dealing with him, they were actually fully focused on the situation on Long Chen's side. They knew in their hearts that it was precisely because of the deep hatred between the Chaos Whole Ancestor and Long Chen that they gave up the space to fight the other 3 ancestor gods and deliberately left the Chaos Whole Ancestor to Long Chen. Among all of them, only Long Chen could slay a creation ancestor god. Boom! In the karma world, the commotion and impact of the battle were limited to a minimum. However, the commotion was still huge. In an instant, countless top-notch laws were released. There were mainly 4 huge battle circles. The Tao Ancestor of the era, the Blood Fiend Ancestor, and the past and future ancestors were sent flying from the very beginning, far away from the Chaos Whole Shaman Ancestor. Although the Great Whole Wizard Ancestor was still in the center, he was already surrounded by Long Chen and Lingxi. The other ancestral gods were vaguely preparing to attack the Great Whole Wizard Ancestor at any time. Hehe, this is the first time you've surprised me so much. Zhang Xian didn't think that the chaotic Whole Shaman Ancestor would still be so calm and fearless. He has someone to rely on. After enduring for so many times, he finally had the chance to take revenge. Dragon attendants, uncles, Long Chen will avenge you today. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes turned blood red. 5 types of world essence were born within his body. With the Great Whole Wizard Ancestor's original strength, Long Chen had countless ways to crush him. Mixed Yuan Palm. From the depths of the primordial cave that the Chaos Hole Sorcerer ancestor created, a giant hand came crashing down towards Long Chen. The mixed Yuan Palm was not strange. A long time ago, it couldn't do anything to Long Chen. The problem was that there seemed to be something moving in the cave behind the mixed Yuan Palm. There seemed to be a giant beast inside, but it was unknown where it came from. Primordial Misfortune Curse. At this moment, Lingxi attacked from behind Long Chen. The primordial misfortune curse had already descended on the Great Hole Wizard ancestor and seeped into his body. From the Great Hole Wizard ancestor's painful expression, he was not much stronger than the Mortal People Emperor ancestor. World Immobility Curse. Lingxi's curse could freeze the Chaos Hole Wizard ancestor's mixed Yuan Palm. Chapter 3647. Wishing Tree. This was Long Chen's Law of Fate. The necklace of fate turned into a huge white tree in the endless void. The chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor was surrounded by layers of trees, and the fluorescent branches shrouded him, creating a world of fate. In this world, the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor's power disappeared. He was like a mortal who had lost all his strength and could only walk on foot in this white world. At the same time, Lingxi's curse was constantly stacking on his body. Under the coordinated attack of Long Chen and Lingxi, the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor was completely suppressed without the slightest strength to fight back. Of course, the same was true for the other three battles. Normally speaking, Long Chen had the strength to crush them. Now, in Long Chen's eyes, the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor was simply a small bug on the wishing tree. Under the law of wishes, Long Chen temporarily deprived him of his power and part of his memory. Of course, as long as the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor left the wishing tree, he could quickly recover to his full state. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for too long. Up until now, the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor had almost no ability to resist and was imprisoned by Long Chen and Lingxi. Among the 5 world origins, the only one that could kill an ancestor god was Slaughter. Revenge. Blood Spirit Soul Devourer. After passing through the wishing tree, a blood-colored starlight flew over the sea of white trees and flashed, approaching the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor. Its target was naturally the world origin. Chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor, this is the moment you die. As for the other 3 4th-era ancestor gods, Long Chen could just imprison them, but he had to kill the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor. Whoosh! The chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor walked in the white forest in a daze, surrounded by pure white fog. At this moment, a blood-colored sword light flashed in the distance and appeared in front of the chaotic Hole Wizard ancestor in the blink of an eye. The slaughter was going to happen at this moment. Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely focused. It could be said that the next moment would determine the life and death of the Black Hole Witch ancestor. However, his intuition told him that it wouldn't be easy for the Black Hole Witch ancestor to die. As expected. At this moment, a black fog appeared in the eyes of the Black Hole Wizard ancestor, who was still in a daze, and a total of 8 fog-like giant beasts rushed out of his eyes. Roar. The continuous roars made one's hair stand on end. This was a sound that the ears couldn't hear, a sound that directly intimidated the divine soul. Just the sound alone made Long Chen's ancestor soul in the world origin feel like it was exposed to countless blades. Chen, stop. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ugh. Right in front of Long Chen, he sensed a familiar aura. This was not an illusion. At least in terms of the soul, it was real. There was absolutely no mistake. Their souls were right in front of them. Similar to the soul race, his soul condensed into a physical body. Their corpses were still intact in the ruins of time by Long Chen. The one standing in front and calling out to Long Chen was the Origin Dragon attendant. Next to him were the primordial dragon attendants, the fate dragon attendants, the karma dragon attendants, and the others. A total of 8 people surrounded Long Chen and stood in front of the black hole witch ancestor. It was the divine soul that the black hole witch ancestor had taken away and was said to have been destroyed. They weren't dead yet. As long as their souls existed, there was hope for Long Chen to be reborn. He didn't even need to wait until he inherited the first ancestral dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Long Chen to stab out with the blood spirit devourer in his hand. The wishing tree and blood spirit devourer were not connected. Long Chen still had to maintain the rules of the karma world. When the blood spirit devourer was restrained, the wishing tree was also collapsing. Only the karma world was still stable, and Lingxi's curse was still restricting the black hole witch ancestor, preventing him from moving. You didn't die. At that moment, Long Chen's mind was greatly shocked. Yes, Chen, that's right, we didn't die. The origin dragon attendant was somewhat sad. But at that moment, Long Chen still felt that although they weren't dead, they had definitely changed. They were different from before. Only then did he remember that perhaps this was the black hole witch ancestor's trump card. The black hole witch ancestor had used them to preserve his life, so there must be a great use, and this use was to deal with Long Chen. This time, Long Chen had surprised them and attacked. If the black hole witch ancestor had been given more time, who knew what kind of changes he would have made with these divine souls. Long Chen should be glad that he was the one who forced the black hole witch ancestor to use this trump card, instead of the black hole witch ancestor being fully prepared and setting a trap for him. However, even at this moment, it was still extremely dangerous. Buzz! At that moment, the dragon attendants, who were concerned about Long Chen just a moment ago, suddenly opened their bottomless mouths expressionlessly and swallowed Long Chen. From the moment Long Chen stopped the blood spirit devouring to the moment the dragon attendants attacked, there was almost no time difference. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the 8 dragon attendants all pounced on Long Chen, completely entangling Long Chen. They were entangling with Long Chen's world origin. Their target was Long Chen's ancestral soul. Long Chen had a taste of the ancestral soul being devoured by his blood spirit devouring. These 8 dragon attendants were devouring his ancestral soul. However, they didn't expect the destruction of the world origin to be a violent devouring. Blood spirit. Long Chen's first thought was, of course, to use the blood spirit devouring to finish them off. His attack was definitely effective against the dragon attendants. No matter how terrifying the dragon attendants were, he would definitely be able to kill one with a single strike. Long Chen, you must understand that if you kill one, your elders will die forever. At that moment, the great whole ancestor's laughter reverberated in Long Chen's ears. You can't kill them. It was the great whole ancestor's words that made Long Chen stop the sword in his hand. He understood that this was the real reason why the great whole ancestor had seized the dragon attendants' divine souls. In this way, they could attack Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't bear to kill them. The dragon attendants frantically tore at Long Chen, turning into a black mist that surrounded him. Go to hell. The great whole ancestor's eyes flickered with malevolence. Indeed, at that moment, Long Chen couldn't fight back or resist the devouring. He was indeed in a sorry state. The 8 dragon attendants drilled half of their bodies into the world origin and crazily bit. Mo Sheng's soul torrent. Fortunately, the great whole ancestor appeared in front of Long Chen and used a nomological law to attack Long Chen's body. For a moment, Long Chen suffered a huge shock and his mind roared. However, the 8 dragon attendants were temporarily shaken away and turned into 8 giant black mist beasts that roared in front of Long Chen. Retreat. Under the great whole ancestor's warning, Long Chen hastily retreated in shock. At this time, on the 3-sided battlefield, they had basically destroyed the physical bodies of the past and future ancestors, Era Dao ancestor, and Blood Demon ancestor. 3 ancestor gods were left to imprison them, while the remaining ancestor gods guarded in front of Long Chen. They were constantly paying attention to the movements on this side, so they could naturally rescue him in time. How is it? The Great Hole ancestor waited until he reached Long Chen's side. At that moment, Long Chen's face was somewhat pale. I'm a little confused, but... He widened his eyes and looked at the 8 soul-devouring beasts in front of the Great Hole ancestor. That's right, even though they had turned into soul-devouring beasts, they were still the souls of the dragon attendants. As long as Long Chen destroyed these soul-devouring beasts, the dragon attendants would completely die. This is the sky-devouring clan. Long Chen couldn't have guessed wrong. It was the Great Hole ancestor who had turned them into the sky-devouring clan. Of course, he hated the Great Hole ancestor even more for causing his beloved dragon attendants to end up like this. However, the more important thing was that the Chaos Hole wizard ancestor could create the sky-devouring clan. Chapter 3648. It wasn't the original Chaos Hole witch ancestor. The only possibility was the sky-swallowing clan. After all, Long Chen had climbed to the peak of the infinite worlds. Currently, only the ancestral god of the 4th era or the sky-devouring clan that had once destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent was qualified to be his opponent. Then it must be the sky-swallowing clan. Just like Yang Shi, she was a fish that escaped the seal. However, it was obvious that this sky-swallowing clan member's level was much higher than Yang Shi's. At the very least, Yang Shi couldn't sense Long Chen's presence, but this sky-swallowing clan member could. He could even use the divine souls of the dragon attendants to create such a terrifying sky-devouring clan that could devour ancestral souls. It was very likely that he was one of the rulers and holy masters of the sky-devouring clan that had annihilated the dragon sacrificial continent and the myriad worlds before that era. Everyone, the nature of today's battle has changed. Long Chen's eyes were burning with boundless rage. The hatred of his clan, his elders, his father, and the myriad of worlds had all gathered together. Since the beginning of his cultivation, his mission had been to destroy the sky-devouring clan. This was the enemy that he had to destroy no matter what price he had to pay. It's too late to guess it now. The black hole wizard ancestor sneered. The 8 soul-devouring beasts were like long strips of black fog that slithered around him like demonic snakes. Their heads had human faces, and they were the faces of the dragon attendants. Who are you? Because of the dragon servant's obstruction, Long Chen now had a handle on him. He did not act rashly for the time being. Instead, he wanted to try his best to understand the true ruler of the sky-swallowing clan. He wanted to know what a holy master was like. Me? The chaotic hole shaman ancestor didn't seem to care at all. He said, I am called the gigantic fiend god beast. Long Chen, there's a connection between us. Ever since they were sealed, everything in the myriad worlds has been under my control. Also, why did the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds return? Where were they? The truth is that they were once in my stomach. I devoured their memories. I also devoured the memories of all the gods. I created the primeval troll. In other words, the source of all the trouble you've encountered so far is me. Divine demon beasts, divine demon sacred lords. It turned out that the person who had been lying dormant in the depths of the infinite worlds, the one who had influenced the changes in the infinite worlds since this epoch, was actually him, the demonic god beast. It could be said that he was the main culprit behind everything. We once spent an epoch in your stomach? The primal chaos ancestral god and the others naturally found it hard to accept. This was the truth. In fact, they also wanted to know where their memories had gone, so that was how it was. Now, the truth was right here. If it wasn't for the fact that we had to wait for the apocalypse to mature and break the seal, we wouldn't have kept you here for so long. The fact that you're still alive is purely due to luck. Of course, that's all there is to it. To be honest, you should have accepted your fate long ago. The infinite worlds are our prey, and you're just the essence of our prey. Sooner or later, you'll become a part of our strength. The divine demon Sacred Lord used the chaotic whole ancestral god's mouth to speak condescendingly. In his eyes, the current Long Chen and the others were indeed far inferior to the 10 ancestor dragons of the past. They could even defeat the 10 ancestor dragons, let alone this place. Among the few of us, I am the weakest. Their appearance and return are practically permanent. I'm only responsible for cleaning up at the end. Long Chen, you don't stand a chance at all. It's so funny to see you struggling so bitterly every time. Even in the Karma Great World, he was extremely relaxed and at ease. You can boast like that again when you can leave this place. After roughly understanding the other party's identity and the remaining enemies, he had a rough idea of the difficulties and obstacles ahead. The other party was so terrifying, but they were still the weakest. This was indeed a huge blow to Long Chen and the others. But the most important thing today was still to defeat the other party. Whether it was the chaotic whole ancestral god or the chaotic whole ancestral god, as long as they could defeat the other party, the infinite worlds would be reborn and stable. As long as I kill you, they won't be able to appear. Long Chen had already discussed with the ancestor gods how to act. The divine demon Sacred Lord smiled disdainfully. I can't do anything about it if you like to speculate like this. One day, you'll know. His disdain made the ancestor gods even angrier. This was the hatred of race annihilation. The infinite worlds were the home of every ancestor god. Who would be willing to let others destroy it? The other sky-devouring race wasn't something to consider now, even if there were traitors of the 10 ancestor dragons. The chaotic sky-devouring dragon. He was also the existence that Long Chen couldn't forgive the most. Kill. Golden clouds rolled, and the hard black ground pressed upwards. The Karma Great World's pressure pressed down on the chaotic whole ancestral god. In an instant, Long Chen and the 9 fourth-era ancestor gods attacked at the same time with killing intent. The remaining 3 were controlling the blood demon ancestral god and the others. Among the 9, apart from Lingxi, Long Chen had asked them to deal with the soul-devouring beasts that the dragon attendants had transformed into. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. As for the dragon attendants, they knew when to stop. Charge! The 8 fourth-era ancestor gods charged at the front and faced the 8 soul-devouring beasts head-on. They used all their skills to control the soul-devouring beasts so that Long Chen and Lingxi could charge out through the gaps. The Chaos Ancestral Gods and the others had never made any mistakes, so Long Chen trusted them completely. Of course, even if they were facing the chaotic whole ancestral god, they still believed in Long Chen. At least, this was the only way. After all, the soul-devouring beasts weren't weak. Boom boom boom. Long Chen passed through countless whirlpools of laws. Not far away, the chaotic whole ancestral god was outside the whirlpool of laws and looking at him with a sinister smile. Die! Long Chen and Lingxi joined hands and charged forward. Although Lingxi was at the back, her attacks were always at the front, so she overtook Long Chen. 10,000 Poison Curse. Under the incantation, a shocking poison was born inside the body of the chaotic whole ancestral god. No matter how huge his body was, it was still tumbling like a river. In a short time, the skin of the chaotic whole ancestral god turned completely black, like charcoal. His body was riddled with holes, and it seemed like his body was about to be destroyed. Great World Soul-Fixing Curse. The moment the black hell ring shone and black light filled the air, it was also the time when the chaotic whole ancestral god suffered. He doesn't seem to have much power to resist. Long Chen noticed that although the opponent was a divine demon holy lord and a divine demon beast, in fact, he had always used the power of the chaotic whole ancestral god. Could it be that he couldn't use his own power in the body of the chaotic whole ancestral god? Did that mean that this was a good opportunity to kill him? After Lingxi cast 2 curses in a row, the soul-devouring beast had been separated by the ancestral gods of the 4th era. This time, Long Chen rushed to the front of the chaotic whole ancestral god without hesitation. Blood Spirit Soul Devourer. He burned his soul, crossed the endless space, and stabbed at the world source of the chaotic whole ancestral god. I won't die so easily. Halfway through the chaotic whole ancestral god's words, Long Chen was about to penetrate him. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his divine kingdom and blocked a person in front of him. It was sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. Ding, ding, ding. The blood spirit soul devourer found the world source, bit, and devoured it. Long Chen's law, which was meant to kill the divine demon beast, gathered all his power and tore sacred ancestor Kitagarbha apart in an instant. Ah! Sacred ancestor Kitagarbha screamed in pain. His ancestral soul withered completely and was devoured. The remaining world source was shaken away by Long Chen. Fortunately, such a brutal killing did not destroy the world source. Swoosh. Chapter 3649. It was not Long Chen's responsibility to save sacred ancestor Kitagarbha. Of course, he was also the main culprit who pushed the situation of the infinite worlds to such an extent, so he did not deserve any sympathy. However, the one Long Chen really wanted to kill was the Chaos Whole Shaman ancestor, or rather, the sacred lord of the demonic god realm. Soul-devouring blood spirit. The once all-powerful sacred ancestor Kitagarbha was killed by Long Chen with a single strike of his sword. He, who had existed for several great eras, was forever lost in the long river of history of the infinite worlds. From then on, sacred ancestor Kitagarbha no longer existed in this world. The only thing left behind was the origin of the empty shell world, the life roulette. Leaving sacred ancestor Kitagarbha behind, Long Chen continued to attack the chaotic whole ancestor, who was fleeing in the world of karma. At the same time, Long Chen was also paying attention to the soul-devouring beast's movements. Although the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods had no way to kill the soul-devouring beast, their abilities were more than enough to stall Long Chen for some time. Long Chen transformed into a streak of blood-red light. The blood sword flew for billions of miles and chased after the chaos whole wizard ancestor in the endless karma world. Boundless godly sword sea. Lingxi, on the other hand, turned a small half of the karma world into a sea of swords. The chaotic whole ancestor had just escaped from Long Chen's pursuit when he fell into Lingxi's boundless sea of swords. A boundless sea of divine swords, billions of divine swords piercing the heart. In his haste, the chaos whole shaman ancestor was unable to resist and his movements were restrained. But at this time, under the nervous gazes of all the ancestral gods, Long Chen descended from the sky. The blood-red sword in his hand created a long rainbow. Rip! The blood spirit devourer pierced through once again. Die! Just now, they used sacred ancestor Kitagarbha as a scapegoat. Now that the soul-devouring beast was entangled by the ancestral gods, no one could save him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Long Chen to kill him. At this moment, time seemed to have become incomparably slow. Qi. Under Long Chen's violent assassination, the slaughter blood sword had indeed pierced into the body of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. World essence. There was no need for Long Chen to search for it. The world origin of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was directly blocking Long Chen's path. Crack! The slaughter blood sword pierced through the world origin and the ancestral soul of the chaotic whole shaman ancestor. The true effect of the blood spirit devouring soul was unleashed at this moment. The terrifying law of the ancestral dragon was destroying the ancestral soul at an unimaginable speed, but it didn't affect the world origin. The ancestral soul of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. Originally, Long Chen thought that he could kill the divine fiend god Holy Master, but when the blood sword stabbed into him, he suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that what he killed was only the chaotic whole witch ancestor and had nothing to do with the divine fiend god Holy Master? You really are ruthless. All of the Fourth Era's ancestral gods were annihilated by you. While the ancestral soul of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was struggling and withering, the mouth and face of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor were still smiling. He calmly stared at Long Chen without the slightest pain. Long Chen, you won this time. You caught me off guard, but this is not your victory. The next time I return, you will be the first to be eliminated. The chaotic whole wizard ancestor's body changed as he spoke. At this moment, a pitch-black shadow rushed out of the body of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. It looked just like the soul-devouring beast, but it was much larger. It was the divine fiend god Holy Master. The myriad world's ancestor gods were once in its belly. He actually came out of the body of the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. The moment he came out, Long Chen sensed that the chaotic whole wizard ancestor had returned to his normal state. This was the real chaotic whole wizard ancestor. He was fierce and impulsive. He looked for trouble with Long Chen from the beginning, instead of hiding behind a group of ancestor gods to plot against him. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. Long Chen realized something. Perhaps the one who killed the dragon attendants was this divine fiend god Holy Master, not the chaotic whole wizard ancestor. In this regard, the chaotic whole wizard ancestor was innocent. But now, the blood spirit devouring soul could not be redeemed. In a very short period of time, the ancestral soul shrieked and shrank as it was swallowed by Long Chen's slaughter blood sword. Who, the great wizard ancestor of the chaotic whole sorcerer, had probably disappeared from the myriad worlds without knowing what had happened. This was a matter of life. Long Chen could not take care of him because the divine fiend god Holy Master was about to escape. He had to seize this opportunity to intercept him. As he said, if he let him leave this time, it would be troublesome if Long Chen's eye of origin of life could not find him. The next time the divine fiend god Holy Master appeared, it would definitely be the time when Long Chen and the myriad worlds were completely annihilated. Such a terrifying enemy would cause unimaginable consequences in the dark. Even after killing two Fourth Era creator gods, he still could not deal with the divine fiend god Holy Master. Now is definitely the time when he is still weak. The divine fiend god Holy Master did not want to fight him head-on. This was a great opportunity. Long Chen chased after the divine fiend god Holy Master without any regard for his life. However, the direction the divine fiend god Holy Master was charging in was the direction of the eight-headed soul-devouring beasts. Come back. Under the divine fiend god Holy Master's summons, the eight-headed soul-devouring beasts suddenly turned into scattered smoke and desperately rushed out of the encirclement and control of the Fourth Era creator gods. Like children who had seen their mother, they squeezed into the divine fiend god Holy Master's body. The grey smoke actually merged with the divine fiend god Holy Master at this time. Then, the faces of the dragon attendants, magnified countless times, appeared around the divine fiend god Holy Master's body. It was a strange beast with 8 human faces. From Long Chen's point of view, it was the soul-devouring beast that was protecting him. How about it, Long Chen? If you want to kill me, you'll have to kill your elders first. The divine fiend god Holy Master's voice was still relaxed, as if everything was under his control. He had hit Long Chen's Achilles heel. In this way, it would indeed be difficult for Long Chen to kill him. The dragon attendants were his elders, and the divine souls were their hope for rebirth. Long Chen could not kill him. On one hand, it was the lives of his elders; on the other hand, it was the survival of the myriad realms. Logically speaking, Long Chen knew the severity of the situation. If the dragon attendants had a mind of their own, they would definitely ask Long Chen to kill them. However, when this choice was placed in front of Long Chen, he finally understood how difficult it was. He knew that the myriad realms were more important, but how could he kill his elders and family just for this? Despicable and shameless. The sky-devouring race had such a heaven-defying devouring talent, and they were unscrupulous in doing things. This made them even more terrifying. Everything that had happened in the myriad realms recently, including the complete destruction of the Builder Tree, had been caused by him. Long Chen, today, we will make the decision for you. Your elders will understand. The ancestor gods knew the importance of killing the divine fiend god Holy Master. They also knew that if they did not die today, more people would die. Long Chen could not make a choice, but they could not. The ancestor gods looked at each other and were about to attack. You bunch of trash, what can you do to me? The divine fiend god Holy Master suddenly let out a piercing cry. That sound was like countless swords piercing into the bodies of all living beings. The ancestral souls trembled and even became dazed. Expand. At this moment, the divine fiend god Holy Master actually transformed into a divine body of flesh and blood. Of course, the 8 huge faces of the dragon attendants were still there. Their souls were imprisoned, which was why they were in such a miserable state. The divine fiend god Holy Master was a boundless beast. It had dozens of layers of tough scales that were incomparably tough. Its entire body was like a huge island in the cosmos. The cry from before had come from the mouths of the 8 dragon attendants. He had practically transformed the soul-devouring beast into a part of his body. Expand. After shocking the 4th epoch's ancestor gods, he actually continued to expand, growing bigger and bigger step by step. In a very short period of time, he was almost the size of the Karma Great World. This was practically bursting Long Chen's world. Scram! The 4th epoch's ancestor gods wanted to attack again, but the 8 soul-devouring beasts and the divine fiend god Holy Master combined together once again unleashed a massive soul collision. Hua! In this aspect, even if the ancestor gods attacked, the effects were relatively limited. As for the divine fiend god Holy Master's body, it was simply unimaginably large. It was currently repelling Long Chen and company. At the same time, it had not reached the point of bursting through the Karma Great World. However, it was not necessary to stick together to break through the world. Break. Chapter 3650. In the Karma dimension, even Long Chen was forced into a corner. The giant god-fiend beast combined his and the 8-headed soul-devourer beast's power. It completely surpassed Long Chen and the 4th era's creator gods. Because of this, the Karma dimension that Long Chen was very confident in actually cracked under the pressure of the giant god-fiend beast. And the giant god-fiend beast only needed a crack. See you again, Long Chen. This time, let's see if you can find me in the infinite worlds. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the celestial demon beast turned tiny again as it fled for its life. Although his method of escape was not as miraculous as the past and future ancestors, he was fast, and the Sky Devourer's method was completely unfathomable. The Karma world was no longer of any use. After Long Chen retreated, he and the group of elder gods chased after the beast. But in just a few moments, the fiend god beast transformed into countless wisps of smoke that dissipated into the myriad worlds. It was impossible to tell which was which. The Eye of Life Genesis. This was crucial. The Eye of Life Genesis had been looking at the Chaos Whole Witch ancestor, and the Sky Devourer race was a special case in the infinite worlds. Whether or not he could find it was uncertain. Wang. In the Eye of Life Genesis, the infinite worlds were changing. No life could escape Long Chen's eyes. Although the giant god-fiend beast was a sky devourer, it was still a life. Logically speaking, it could not escape Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen saw it too, but what shocked him was, there was a type of particle that could be found throughout the infinite worlds. These particles were a type of life, and their numbers were dozens of times greater than the total number of gods and demons in the infinite worlds. They looked like individual lives, but they were actually the behemoths of gods and demons that were formed together. It wasn't that Long Chen couldn't find the gigantic god-devil beast. It was just that the entire myriad worlds were filled with the gigantic god-devil beast's body. His body was completely dispersed, and in this case, he was everywhere. It was as though the entire myriad worlds were in his body. How could Long Chen find him and kill him? How could it be so terrifying? An existence scattered throughout the infinite worlds. Countless particles of life formed a god-devil behemoth. Now, the demonic god behemoth seemed to have lost its mind. It was just a particle scattered in the myriad worlds, and it was impossible to kill all of these particles. Moreover, they were still moving around the myriad worlds at the speed of the fourth era's ancestral god. How is it? Long Chen, can you see any traces of it? The elder gods all had solemn looks on their faces as they surrounded him. Yes, and no. Long Chen shook his head, then explained what he had seen to the other elder gods. Then what do we have to do to kill this fiend god beast? Asked the chaos ancestral god. We can only wait for him to return on his own and look for us. Otherwise, it's simply unrealistic. This was the case for now, unless Long Chen had laws that could break the sacred Lord state. In reality, he was also recovering while he was scattered in the myriad worlds. In other words, the divine fiend beasts are everywhere in the infinite realms. They can't be killed at all. Patriarch Six Path's face darkened. This time, they still couldn't solve the root of the problem. Of course, the problem was bigger than they had imagined, which was why they were in such a situation. Calm down first. After all, there were too many variables. It was useless to be anxious now. The sacred lord had escaped first, but the souls of the dragon servants were still in his hands, which was quite dangerous. With this weakness, the divine fiend beasts could restrict Long Chen to a large extent. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha and the chaotic Whole Ancestor are both dead. Long Chen put the world origins of these two into the ruins of time. They might have other uses. He now had an idea. Could he use someone else's ancestral soul to replace the original ancestral souls of the mortal people Emperor Ancestor and the other two ancestral souls to become the new ancestral souls of the mortal people Emperor Ancestor and the other two ancestral souls? However, this was just an idea. It was not very feasible, because apart from the ancestral souls of the mortal people Emperor Ancestor and the other two ancestral souls, who understood their own laws? These three ancestral gods rejected me from the start, but their temperaments aren't that terrifying. They must have been influenced by the behemoth fiend god, especially the chaotic whole shaman ancestor. Although he opposed me, he was innocent. But the divine fiend beasts had caused the 10,000 realms to lose a powerful ancestral god. If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a certain price. Long Chen, the other three have something to say. The so-called other three were the blood demon ancestor, the past and future ancestors, and the era ancestor. Let's return to the death realm first. The ancestral gods controlled the three and returned to the death realm. Although they were in the death realm, Long Chen was constantly paying attention to the divine fiend beast's movements outside. After returning, the era ancestor was still in the state of the world origin. He said, Long Chen, to be honest, we opposed you because we were worried that you would act alone and break the rules of the 10,000 realms and the ancestral gods' alliance, so that the future of the 10,000 realms would be in your hands. Although sometimes we were a little extreme in order to stop you, we would never work with the sky-devouring clan, nor would we destroy a world with our own hands, kill all living beings, or even kill the ancestral gods. The blood demon ancestor said, "It was the divine fiend beasts that affected us. We didn't know about it until he came out of the black hole wizard ancestor's body. Only then did we realize that our minds seemed to have been affected, and we were no longer ourselves. It's our fault for causing such a terrible result." The past and future ancestors didn't say anything. But now, there was a change in her gaze. She wasn't as cold as before. Just this point alone was enough to explain some problems. "Alright, I understand. It's not your fault. It's a pity that the Chaos Whole Witch ancestor and the other two lost their lives because of me." Long Chen felt a little helpless. Although the three of them didn't like him, it didn't seem like they would be killed by him. The idea of destroying the world didn't come from them. The divine fiend beasts can affect your minds. It's really scary. Our memories were all devoured by him, so you can imagine how powerful he is. This divine fiend beasts can swallow anything. The sky-devouring clan is probably the scariest. There's probably nothing in this world that he can't eat. They were all discussing. "Long Chen, how should we deal with these three?" the Chaos Ancestor God asked. The three of them were mid-stage ancestor gods of the Fourth Era. Their true combat power was at the top of all worlds. They were some of the strongest, especially the past and future ancestors. Long Chen looked at the three ancestor gods and asked, "From now on, do you still have a problem with me?" Now, they were all clear-headed. The Epic Tao ancestor said, "We've been through so much. We know how you are, and how the future of all worlds will be. We've made a huge mistake. If possible, please give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Alright. Since this was the truth, Long Chen didn't mind having all the ancestor gods who still existed in all worlds unite. All of the Fourth Era's ancestor gods would unite against the sky-devouring clan, the enemy of all worlds. Unfortunately, the Bright Gold ancestor and the Devil Silver ancestor were killed, and 3 more ancestor gods were dead. There were 5 less in total. Including Long Chen and Lingxi, there were only 16 of this level left. There should have been more. After getting rid of them, they had to be carefully studied. What should we do next to deal with the giant god-fiend beast? He's clearly recovering his strength. We interrupted him this time. When will he return? Luckily, we interrupted him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the sky-devouring clan to appear so quickly. Long Chen was thinking about these questions. He came to all worlds and saw countless particles. Long Chen grabbed one and crushed it. It turned into even more crushed particles, but it was still a form of life. It was simply indestructible. It couldn't be completely destroyed. What method can I use to force him out and kill him once and for all? Now, the problem of the ancestor gods was completely solved. Only the sky-devouring clan was left. If he could get rid of the giant god-fiend beast, the chaos sky-devouring dragons and the others wouldn't be freed so quickly. Most importantly, the dragon attendants are still in his hands. This was what Long Chen hated the most. Chapter 3651. There was no answer to how to make the giant god-fiend beast show its true form. Staying in the infinite worlds, Long Chen tried a few methods, but to no avail. In fact, Long Chen even tried to provoke the gigantic fiend god beast into appearing. However, the gigantic fiend god beast was forced into this path. No matter how Long Chen tried to provoke it, it refused to utter a single word. If Long Chen hadn't seen the gigantic fiend god beast scatter, he would have thought that the gigantic fiend god beast had disappeared from the myriad worlds. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. From now on, if the infinite worlds are humans, then the giant god-fiend beast is a blade hanging over their hearts. It can suddenly attack at any time and take the lives of the infinite worlds. Primordial War Ancestor used this analogy. The problem is, we can't even find this blade right now, Destiny Star Ancestor said. Other than the 3 Chaos Hole Ancestor and the 2 Destruction Ancestor gods, all the 4th Era Ancestor gods had been unified, and even all the other Ancestor gods had been unified. But in the blink of an eye, the danger had become even greater. The sky-devouring race, a terrifying enemy from before the epoch, had suddenly appeared. The problem now was unprecedentedly huge. They could not do anything even if they stayed in the infinite worlds for a few days and nights. As for Long Chen himself, after thinking through all the possibilities, he deeply understood that the other party was also racing against time to recover. Relying on his stronger recovery ability, he would be able to easily suppress the myriad worlds once the time was up. Therefore, it was impossible for the other party to appear at this juncture. In the end, he said, in that case, the most important thing, and the only thing we can deal with, is my own recovery. I am now only at the 5th Era Ancestor God realm. If I can fully recover to the 4th Era Ancestor God realm, then become the 3rd Era Ancestor God realm. At that time, the Void Aeon Dragon and the Chaos Sky Devouring Dragon would not be my match. Even if the giant God Fiend Beast fully recovers, it may not be my match at that time. So, the task of guarding the infinite worlds and thinking of a solution will be left to you all. I should hurry up and strengthen myself. This was the only thing Long Chen could do right now. It was a hopeful decision. Okay. Long Chen, your choice is right. Everyone nodded. We have to be extremely vigilant when dealing with God-fiend beasts. If he has anything to say, he has to tell me first before making a decision. Sure. They had formed a group with Long Chen as the core. As Long Chen's strength leapt to become one of the strongest in the group, this core became even more solid. The elder gods were all waiting for Long Chen to appear and be born. While the ancestral gods were looking for solutions, Long Chen left alone. He didn't hurry to return to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Instead, he came to the border of the Northern Star region from the Death Rain. Earlier, when I used the Eye of Origin of Life, I saw a unique life form here. It wasn't a human, nor was it a demon. It seemed to be a member of the Sky-Devouring clan. His Eye of Life's origins could scan the entire world and control all life. What happened? When he arrived, he found that it was empty. There was nothing there. Impossible. I saw it clearly. It was here. He used the Eye of Origin of Life again. Indeed, the life form was not far away from him. However, Long Chen couldn't sense its existence. The only possibility is that although it's here, it's in another space, a world that's isolated from the world. Long Chen wasn't worried about how powerful this life form was. In terms of level, this life form was quite weak. It was only at the level of an ordinary deity. Then how do I get to this other space? After thinking about it carefully, there should be an entrance nearby. I've already cleaned up all the worlds. However, there are still some spaces that I haven't found. For example, the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon's Companion World, the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon's Companion World, and even the Primordial Sacrificial Dragon's Companion World. Perhaps this is one of them. This place was too ordinary. Because it was ordinary, Long Chen had neglected this place in the past. Let's search. In fact, companion worlds were very useful. It would be even better if there were clues to other world origins. First, let's see if this has anything to do with the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. Long Chen was now a true Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. He had inherited Essence Blood, World Origin, and Origin Dragon Soul. Compared to the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon of the past, he was only lacking the origin of the world. After transforming into a Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon, he could use this part of his body to experience and perceive the world around him. If this was the companion world of the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon, it would be much easier. As expected, it's here. After all, this was clearly the world of the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. After searching for a while, Long Chen easily discovered that this place was definitely related to the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. Next, let's find the source. Now that he had become a true ancestral dragon, it was a piece of cake for him to search for a companion world. It didn't take long for Long Chen to find the entrance. Of course, it was an entrance that only his destiny law could open. A huge door appeared in front of Long Chen. Waves surged inside. Long Chen entered in the blink of an eye. This is indeed the companion world of the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon, the Sea of Destiny. Looking at it, it was like a world of death. The entire companion world was formed by endless oceans. However, unlike the blood water in the world of death, the seawater here was pure, transparent, and boundless. There was not a trace of impurities, and it was extremely beautiful. However, this was not an ordinary ocean. Every single drop of water was sparkling and translucent, like a gem or crystal. A drop of water appeared in Long Chen's water. Inside the water droplet, there seemed to be a world, and there was a figure walking on an endless path. Every short distance, there would be a fork in the road, and there would be another fork in the road. Every time, there would be hundreds and thousands of choices. After walking on all the roads, there were simply too many forks in the road, and there were too many choices. A drop of water represented a life. Countless water droplets represented the Sea of Destiny, and countless lives. The world of life and death, the time tunnel, the demonic dragon tomb, the evil good and evil lake, and now he found the Sea of Destiny. Core. In the Sea of Destiny, there was a core left behind by the previous Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon. Long Chen easily found it. It was like an eye that he had fused with. After fusing, he would be able to control this world. That life. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen found the life that existed here. To be honest, Long Chen should thank him. If not for him, he would not have found this place. He stood in the sky above the Sea of Destiny. He was the controller. Of course, the other party could not find him. It was a small blue fish. Its body was slender, and its scales were like those of a dragon. They shone in the water like blue crystals. He swam happily in the water, carefree and carefree. It was as if the endless solitude was nothing to her. Sky-devouring clan. That's right. This small blue fish was a sky-devouring clan. Of course, it was not strong, just a little stronger than a mortal. There was nothing in the Sea of Destiny that he could devour. Sky-devouring clan, die. Perhaps if he kept it alive, it would be a problem in the future. Just as Long Chen was about to make his move, the blue fish looked at him with its gem-like eyes. Perhaps because it had never seen another life form before, it was elated and excited. Although it was just a fish, it was also very happy. It swam towards Long Chen, and there wasn't the slightest bit of evil in its eyes. It was these pure eyes that kept Long Chen from killing it. Because it reminded Long Chen of Mo Xiaolang. The sky-devouring clan was just a status. It was not a permanent standard of good and evil. You, who are you? The small blue fish came before Long Chen. Its upper body was changing, revealing a human body. Its lower body was still that of a fish with a blue tail. In the water, Xiao Yu's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Xiao Yu's graceful figure, as smooth as jade, had a cheerful expression as she swam around Long Chen. Chapter 3652. She was extremely exquisite. Not only did she have facial features, but she also exuded a sense of purity, creating a peerless beauty. I'm the one who created this place. Long Chen felt that there was no need to kill her. All living beings were equal. The sky-swallowing race was born in the myriad worlds for a reason. However, there were good and evil hearts. Wow! Fishy was very respectful. Her eyes shone as she looked at Long Chen. "What's your name?" Long Chen asked. "I don't have a name. No one has given me a name." "Then I'll give you one. You're a small fish. Let's call you Fishy." Simple and crude. This was how Long Chen gave people names. "Okay. I'm Fishy. I have a name." The blue fish was very happy. She swam happily in the Sea of Destiny. Xiao Lang. Long Chen let Mo Xiao Lang appear here. She has great potential. She's similar to me. However, she swallowed water. Mo Xiao Lang said after observing for a while. It really is water. However, even though the Sea of Destiny is in the form of water, it has nothing to do with water. That's why the water here can still exist. This was within Long Chen's expectations. "Big brothers, how should I address you?" Fishy swam over. She had an innocent look on her face. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang introduced themselves. Then they discussed in secret, "Is she useful?" Mo Xiaolang said, "There isn't much good water in the myriad worlds. Even if she swallowed the largest sky demon ocean, she would only reach ancestor god level. She's not much weaker than me. That's why her growth is limited. However, she has a pure heart. We can't kill her. Let her play here." That was his suggestion. Actually, Long Chen thought so too. "Alright, but I'll feed her when I'm free. It's necessary to make more friends so she can tell right from wrong." At the very least, Long Chen had a lot of rare and precious water. After a few hours, Long Chen didn't find anything else in the Sea of Destiny. Xiao Yu was the only one who had the same potential as Mo Xiaolang. He had to prepare to go back and cultivate. "Big brother Long Chen, big brother Xiao Lang, are you coming back?" When they were about to leave, Little Fish was disappointed, and tears flowed out of her eyes like pearls. "Of course I'm back. Have fun here." The sky-swallowing race was very pure and had a very good impression of Long Chen and the others. Although it was only for a few hours, he felt like he was family to Long Chen. By the way, how did she get here? He was probably dragged into the chaotic heavenly fate dragon's companion world by chance during the Great War before the epoch. It's also possible that her parents passed away after reproducing here, leaving her alone. Long Chen had asked Xiaoyu about it. She said that she had been here since she could remember. Of course, she had no idea how much time had passed. After that, he returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time to cultivate. He thought that now was the time for all beings in the world to believe in him. This time, he had resolved the danger brought by the chaotic whole ancestor wizard. All beings didn't know about the celestial demon beasts yet. Now, he had resolved it in 10 days. The problem of destroying a world would make all living beings in the myriad worlds rejoice, and it would bring him even more wish power. That was indeed the case, but the problem was, the speed of increase was really inadequate for the leap from the 5th era to the 4th era. If he wanted to leap to the 4th era's ancestral god, even if he had the best conditions, Long Chen could only succeed after spending tens of thousands of years. After all, he had 5 world origins now. It was impossible to become stronger in a short time. This was a headache for Long Chen. If the dragon servants were here, they might have already found the world origins and origin dragon souls of the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon and the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. It's really troublesome to rely on myself. As it was very difficult for him to reach the 4th era's ancestral god realm in a short time, Long Chen felt that it was a very effective way to resist the celestial demon beasts by finding and inheriting the 3 ancestral dragons' legacies. Especially the primordial dragon sacrificial rite, which was divided into creation, primordial and chaos. If the primordial dragon sacrificial rite could reach the level of the 2nd era's ancestral god realm, he couldn't imagine how powerful he would be by then. Even the first ancestral dragon, all of these were his goals. Although he was already very powerful, Long Chen was still far from being satisfied. He needed more power to protect his home. One day, he cultivated hard in the fourth floor of the Tower of Time to no avail. His speed was still too slow. All the worlds were in danger, so he felt a bit depressed. He went to the dragon sacrificial continent to walk around and relax. Only by letting go of himself could he make progress. Long Chen. A secluded path led to a deep and serene valley. There was a waterfall in the depths of the valley, and there was a sparkling emerald pool at the bottom. The beautiful scenery of the deep valley was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The most beautiful ornament in the valley was the woman in the pool. Half of her body was submerged in the pool. Her dark green long hair was wet and stuck to her chest. Drops of water were sliding down her snow-white skin. The light gauze was wet and stuck to her body, and one could vaguely feel her alluring curves. To describe her with one word, it was tender and beautiful. This was Li Xuanji. This appearance made Long Chen let go of everything and completely immersed himself in her beauty. Forget about your worries. Forget your worries and accompany me. Li Xuanji turned to his back and wrapped her fair and tender arms around his neck. Her soft and delicate body stuck to Long Chen's back. Okay. The sun rose and set, and the tide surged. Unknowingly, they were lying on a bluestone, bathing in the moonlight. I can't help with the recent matters. Li Xuanji whispered in his ear. I still can't find the inheritance of the Umbra Dream Demon Dragon. Otherwise, you would be more powerful than ordinary fourth-era ancestral gods. Long Chen sighed. Li Xuanji's beautiful eyes flickered in the night sky. She said, don't feel pressured. Just deal with everything calmly. If I can help, I will try my best. If I can't, I want you to relax and go further. Therefore, in this valley, her beauty caused Long Chen to linger and forget to leave. He stayed in her gentle embrace for a long time, unwilling to leave. As such, his mind was completely relaxed, and the pressure of the myriad worlds was quietly put aside. It turned out that this was also her good intentions. The two chatted in the night sky for the whole night. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed, and he had more confidence in the future. He believed in the impact. The realms of the fourth era should be faster. I'm still confused about one thing that you guys have neglected recently. Late at night, Li Xuanji suddenly thought of something. Long Chen asked, what is it? Li Xuanji said, recently, I see that the dragon sacrificial continent has been expanding, and it has already connected to the origin of the dragons in the east. The origin of the dragons is the most mysterious place in the myriad worlds. It is said that the ancestral dragons were born here and came out from there. I have a feeling that there must be a deeper secret inside. You haven't forgotten what you experienced the last time you went in, right? The origin of the dragons. The place that Long Chen yearned for the most. Li Xuanji was right. Long Chen had neglected that place recently. There may be many secrets in the myriad worlds that we don't know. For example, the appearance of the third era's Yuan Cave, or even the second era's Yuan Cave, is simply unimaginable. I have a feeling that the origin of the myriad worlds is probably inside the origin of the dragons. After all, even the first ancestral dragon came from there. What exactly is inside? Li Xuanji didn't have any other time, so she spent all her time thinking about these things. She could still imitate all of Long Chen's attacks, but because she lacked the power of the world's origin, the power wasn't strong. You're right. Long Chen also began to think seriously. Chapter 3653. With Li Xuanji's reminder, Long Chen recalled the origin of the dragons. Are you really going to explore it? This is a risk. If you get trapped inside, it will only be more troublesome for the myriad worlds, Li Xuanji said. She mentioned the origin of the dragons to remind Long Chen not to forget about it. When he said he wanted to enter, she was worried. Long Chen thought for a while and said, since it is the origin of the dragons, it is unlikely that it will harm me in the myriad worlds. Moreover, everything is about fighting and taking risks. Since it is not easy to reach the fourth era's ancestor god, I will take the risk. It is an attempt and a choice. This was his decision. Li Xuanji stared at him with her bright eyes and said resolutely, I was the one who suggested this. This time, I want to go in with you. Anyway, I'm considered half a successor of the ancestral dragon. The origin of the divine dragons won't harm me. What if I die inside? Long Chen said. That's great. Dying with you isn't something I can't accept. Li Xuanji smiled sweetly. All right. It was convenient for Li Xuanji to follow him. She was his Yin demon and only needed to return to his body. It would not hinder him. Since he had made the decision, he had to act immediately. Long Chen told Lingxi and the 14 Fourth Era's ancestor gods about his decision. You have really decided? Chaos Ancestor God asked. Yes. Alright, we will keep a close eye on you during this period. But after you go in, I am afraid we will not be able to contact you. Long Chen said, I know the situation outside. If there is nothing, I will return as soon as possible. Given the current situation, we have to take the risk. Go. The other ancestor gods probably had the same thought. Lingxi was slightly worried. It's good that Sister Xuanji goes, the two of us can discuss. She was of great importance in the myriad worlds now, so she couldn't follow Long Chen. Moreover, she couldn't become a part of Long Chen's body like Li Xuanji. After making up his mind, Long Chen arrived at the divine dragon origin grounds in the blink of an eye. The current dragon sacrificial continent's position was slightly deviated from the original dragon sacrificial continent's position, so the dragon sacrificial continent had been expanding. Only now did it come into contact with the divine dragon's origin ground and surround it. The ancestral dragon cave was still deep and quiet. Li Xuanji was currently in Long Chen's body. Depart. Taking risks was a lofty sentiment. There was a difference between having a woman by his side and going in alone. At the very least, it gave him a sense of security. At the same time, it also gave him a sense of responsibility to protect. It would give him an even stronger belief. This time, Long Chen did not say anything and directly rushed in. I'm coming. He had gone in a few times in the past, but he wasn't considered strong back then. This time, Long Chen guarded his mind and moved forward step by step, unaffected by his surroundings. At the start, it was the resistance from the ancestral dragon cave. This was a force that pushed the physical body and repelled people out. Long Chen could enter this part in the past, let alone now. After passing through this part, Long Chen stepped into a white world. Everything was nothingness. From this moment onward, his mind was greatly affected and he was very confused. The faint sound of the wind was changing Long Chen's thoughts and thinking, gradually confusing his ancestral soul. The white mist that constantly attacked them was a terrifying thing in itself. Long Chen. It seemed that having Li Xuanji in was indeed very beneficial. Every time she called out, Long Chen would wake up a little, reminding him that he was in the ancestral dragon cave. If it wasn't for her, he would always forget this fact. Continue forward. This is the ancestral dragon cave, I can't be affected, this is the ancestral dragon cave. Long Chen kept reminding himself. On his body, the 5 world origins were emitting a faint light, the blood-colored longsword that turned into his spine, the time chain that wrapped around the ancestral soul, the dragon head ring that formed the god kingdom, the necklace of fate that illuminated his eyes, and the black gold halberd that shook his heart. Charge. From this position, he tried his best to charge forward. Figures seemed to be flickering around him, and he could vaguely hear people talking, but he couldn't tell what they were talking about. The last time Long Chen came here, he also touched the figures here. At that time, he thought that because he touched the figures, the ancestral god of the myriad worlds would appear. In fact, it didn't matter at all. Who are these figures? Long Chen was originally quite depressed, but when these figures appeared around him, the doubts in his heart sobered him up quite a bit. This place is indeed mysterious. I can't even see these people clearly. Who are they? Li Xuanji kept talking to Long Chen. Although she was protected, she was also affected. She could only talk to Long Chen to maintain a certain level of clarity. I don't know. Continue forward. He wanted to see just how long this cave was. In any case, it was a vast expanse of whiteness until now. He didn't know how long it would take to go further in. It could be a day or two. It could be tens of thousands of years. It could even be a few epochs. There seemed to be no concept of time here, nor did there seem to be any concept of space. There were people everywhere. At one moment, Long Chen seemed to be walking forward, and at another moment, he seemed to be walking backward. It's over, there's no way out. Such a thought appeared in Long Chen's mind. It's like an endless maze, there's no way out. This time, he was definitely the one who went the furthest. Of course, he had a special encounter last time, which was when he went to the world before the epoch and witnessed the destruction of the myriad worlds. However, there was a suspicious point. He became stronger there, and when he came back, he actually became stronger. This time, he was even further away than before. However, there was indeed no similar situation. Long Chen, I want to sleep for a while. After persevering for a long time, Li Xuanji finally couldn't hold on anymore. No! Long Chen shouted. He was very nervous. If he fell into a deep sleep in this place, what would he do if he couldn't wake up in the future? Oh! However, Li Xuanji's voice was still very soft. You can't sleep. Long Chen directly pulled it out of his body. The drowsy Li Xuanji fell into Long Chen's hands. She fell limply on Long Chen's body, squinting her eyes as she looked up at Long Chen, looking very weak. Although she was still seductive like this, he was worried that she would die. Long Chen wasn't in the mood. Left with no choice, he could only use the origin force of the world to attack her body. Pop! Li Xuanji woke up. Long Chen kept walking, but he didn't attack. At this time, when he attacked outside, the surrounding world trembled. For a moment, he felt a sense of danger, as if he was being targeted by a giant beast. Come back. Chapter 3654. Misty and Mysterious. Even with Long Chen's current cultivation realm, he still knew nothing about the Cave of Ancestors. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was not affected much. At this moment, the unchanging interior of the Cave of Ancestors finally changed. In front of him, a large amount of white mist appeared, and the vague silhouette of a giant beast appeared. The giant beast looked a little like a lion, but also a little like a tiger. It was strong and majestic, and it glared at Long Chen covetously. Roar! The roar came from all directions. Encountering the shadow of such a giant beast in this vast and mysterious area was like Long Chen encountering a ferocious tiger in the forest when he was powerless. That powerlessness and lack of understanding of his surroundings were the same. The origin of the mystical dragons was a little unfamiliar to him. In an instant, the ferocious tiger pounced. Its claws and fangs, and its majestic strength were all threats to Long Chen. Break! Long Chen took out the Karma War Halberd. In this place, many things were affected. Long Chen could not release many of his rules normally, and he even felt like he would forget them. Therefore, he gripped the Karma War Halberd and chose to use it to pierce. Wang! The ferocious tiger collided head-on with Long Chen's war halberd. After the collision, the giant beast roared angrily, and its entire body collapsed. The sense of danger disappeared. He did not expect such a ferocious tiger, which looked terrifying, to be destroyed with a single blow. Fortunately, the danger was averted. However, after the danger was averted, Long Chen realized that the world around him had changed again. Previously, he was surrounded by human figures of the same size as Long Chen, but now there were many more beasts around him. They were all the same type of giant beasts. Fortunately, they did not attack Long Chen. Instead, they paced around him. The beasts looked different, but they were all very terrifying. In the white fog, it was difficult to get close to them. In this place, he felt like his abilities were sealed, and he had returned to his original state. Long Chen calmed himself down and continued forward. At least he had passed through a region, and was no longer pacing around the original area. I'd like to see how many secrets there are in the ancestral dragon cave. If it was in the past, Long Chen would have already become dizzy after entering so deep. It was also because he had become an all-round ancestral god of the fifth era that his ancestral soul had grown to a level where it could resist. Still no end? How far is it? For Long Chen, the biggest problem was how he was going to leave this place. Will we be trapped here forever? Li Xuanji asked worriedly. Definitely not. Long Chen still had a deep belief in his heart that the myriad worlds still needed him. At this juncture, he definitely couldn't be trapped here forever. Perhaps with the presence of a woman, his confidence was stronger. Long Chen's steps forward also became stronger. Not long after passing through countless beasts, Long Chen finally found a gray vortex in front of him. That was the only special place in the cave of the ancestral dragon. That must be the entrance to the real cave of the ancestral dragon. I found the way. The secret must be in there. He finally found it. Needless to say, he was excited. He quickly approached the entrance. However, at this time, there were actually a few giant beasts blocking in front of him, not letting him get close to the gray vortex. Of course, these were the shadows of giant beasts formed by clouds and mist. Roar! The giant beasts growled in a low voice, not wanting him to get close to this place. They were threatening him. Get lost. Long Chen held the slaughtering blood sword in one hand and the karma halberd in the other as he killed his way forward. When his world's origin appeared, the giant beasts acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Some were destroyed by Long Chen, while others fled. Behind him, more giant beasts were formed, and they tried to stop Long Chen with no regard for their lives. For a time, the white world was very chaotic. Giant beasts flooded everywhere, and Long Chen was trapped in a small area. How troublesome. At this time, Long Chen basically used all 5 of his world's origins at the same time. It was like 5 people attacking at the same time, forcibly cutting a bloody path, shattering all the surrounding rumors and rushing a path. In the blink of an eye, the gray vortex was already in front of him. Go in. When he came into contact with this vortex, he felt a kind of warmth, like a mother's embrace. It was very beautiful, very ancient. Long Chen's body was quickly submerged in it, as if he was submerged in water. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the gray vortex. After a short period of confusion, Long Chen finally became a little more clear-headed. He felt that he had entered a normal world, and his thoughts were no longer as fuzzy as before. He stabilized himself, passed through the gray vortex, and came to a new place. The first thing he felt was that this place was empty. It was completely different from the white world he had been in before. After waking up, of course, he had to figure out where he was. First, his eyes. The eyes could most directly see the surroundings, of course, only visually. This is. Now that he was in this place, it brought a deep shock to Long Chen. That was because it had been a vast expanse of whiteness before, but now, the world before them was completely chaotic, and even space and time were extremely unstable. Moreover, this world wasn't filled with starry skies or worlds, but primordial chaotic mist. Ancient, complex, and the origin of all things. Everything in the 10,000 worlds today originated from the changes and derivations of such ancient things. This environment is similar to what I imagined. Even the first ancestral dragon had not been born. At that time, it was similar to the ancient world of the first era. It was as if the world had just been opened, and everything was still primitive. Long Chen could not help but be shocked. How could the inside of the cave of ancestral dragons be such a world? The same ability would have different effects in different places. This was a huge world that was completely different from the myriad worlds. There was only ancient primal chaos mist in the surroundings. This world might not be very big, it might only be 100th, 1,000th, or even 100th of 1,000th of the myriad worlds. However, it was highly condensed and compact. If this world was expanded, it might be as huge as the myriad worlds. The difference between this place and the 10,000 worlds was that they had the same weight. However, this place was an iron ball the size of a thumb, while the 10,000 worlds were inflated cotton. From the cotton to the inside of the iron ball, the difference was imaginable. Long Chen felt that his cultivation, attack power, speed, destructive power, and so on were all compressed into a very small range. Rules were still rules, and power was still power. Even in this world, it was not as shocking as the 10,000 worlds, and the speed was not as terrifying. It could easily travel hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. It's a bit like a long time ago, when I was still in the divine martial realm, in the 3 emperor domains. From this, one could well imagine how great the restrictions they had to endure in this place were. If it were other ancestral gods of the 4th era, they would probably be even worse off than him. For the time being, Long Chen could not see the end of this world. In fact, under the heavy fog, it was difficult to see clearly what was thousands of meters away. Similarly, even if he transformed into a divine dragon here, his size would be suppressed. It would not be as exaggerated as the 10,000 worlds, which exceeded the size of a world. I came here through the cave of ancestral dragons. Where is this? Legend has it that every ancestral dragon was born in the cave of ancestral dragons, starting from the 1st era and appearing in the 4th era. The chaotic heaven-devouring dragon appeared in the 5th era. Then, could this be? When Long Chen guessed this, he was naturally impulsive. Chapter 3655. Very likely. This place definitely didn't belong to the myriad worlds. Of course, it wasn't certain if it was the place where the 10 ancestral dragons were born. Let's explore it and take a look. Long Chen began to tear through the wind and move. Eye of origin of life. This was what he was good at. He wanted to see if there were any other living beings in this world besides them. However, what made Long Chen dumbfounded was that the eye of origin of life that he was extremely confident in was useless. It could only see within tens of thousands of meters. Of course, there were no living beings within such a short distance. This was the oppression of this world. If it was in the myriad worlds, Long Chen could easily search through the entire world without letting go of anything. It was as if the rules of the ancestral dragons weren't special here. We can't see anything. We can only look around and see what we can find. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji. Okay. The two started to travel in this firm and primitive world. After a while, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He had made a new discovery. Xuanji. What's wrong? I found that although this world has a large confinement, the energy it contains is very different from the spiritual qi in the myriad worlds. Therefore, we can't feel how dense it is, but Long Chen gave it a try and sensed it. He was slightly excited. But what? Don't keep me guessing. Li Xuanji couldn't help laughing. Long Chen said seriously, however, I can still absorb the energy here and convert it into my world's origin energy. The problem is, the energy here is more suitable to be converted into world's origin energy than the spiritual qi of the myriad worlds. These two types of energy are the closest to each other. In other words, my cultivation speed will be faster here. 1 day is equivalent to 10,000 days in the myriad worlds. 1 year means 10,000 years. Although it's similar to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, it's obviously more beneficial to me here. If the 4th floor of the Tower of Time was ignored, this place was simply too different from the myriad worlds. This place had sufficient resources, while the 4th floor of the Tower of Time had sufficient time. I can set up a time formation here. Although I can't make it 10,000 times faster, I can still change the flow of time. At least, I could promote to the 4th era provenance ancestor realm faster here than in the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen said firmly. Then, should we set up the time formation now? Li Xuanji asked. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, it wasn't easy to get in here, so I'd better figure out the situation here first. I'm saying if there's a powerful life form here, then this place isn't safe, and we won't be able to cultivate in peace. You're right. There must be something mysterious here. Let's hide ourselves first and look around. Li Xuanji also felt that it was safer this way. Long Chen used a law that was similar to the time dragon from a long time ago. Of course, it was even more profound. He created a river of time in this world and hid within it. Through constantly changing time and switching between the past and the future, it made people forget about their own existence. After all, this place was completely unknown to him, so Long Chen did not dare to act rashly. Forward. Shift. He walked aimlessly, but he was always paying attention to his surroundings, occasionally looking around with the eye of life. There seems to be nothing. After moving for about 2 hours and changing many places, he basically didn't discover anything. It was very quiet here. There was nothing. Maybe, there really is nothing? Long Chen began to confirm this idea. Of course, he didn't know how big this world was now. Anyway, so far, Long Chen hadn't finished exploring. Looking at this primitive world, he suddenly felt a little worried. Xuanji, this world is like a completely sealed death row prisoner. Do you think we can't get out? That's possible. After all, I haven't seen any door to get out. In fact, apart from the endless chaotic mist, there seemed to be nothing. It was a world that was like paste, sticky and hard. He frowned and looked around. After thinking about it carefully, if there were no other discoveries, then the most important thing now was to find a place to leave. As he was thinking, suddenly, Long Chen felt some movement near him. His eyes turned into the jade-green planet-like eye of life. Looking in that direction, something suddenly changed. There's something. He was sure that it was a kind of life. Of course, he didn't know what kind of life it was, but from the shape, it should be a beast, not a human. Looking closely, it should be a huge bird. Although it was huge, when it spread its wings, it was only about 200 meters long. But, this wasn't the infinite worlds. Long Chen's divine dragon body was only about 200 meters long. This meant that if this bird went to the infinite worlds, it should be even bigger than Long Chen. That was almost the size of the country beast, the Destiny Star Beast, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Beast, and the Creation Primordial Spirit Beast. It was equivalent to the 4th era's ancestor god. He just didn't know if it had the strength of the 4th era's ancestor god. It might even be stronger. Long Chen hid in the river of time and waited for it to come. However, he soon knew that it was useless. Obviously, the other party had discovered him and was heading in his direction. This giant bird is as big as the 4th era's ancestor god demon clan. What on earth is in the world inside the cave of the ancestral dragon? Soon, Long Chen realized that he had seen this bird in the white world of the cave of the ancestral dragon. What attracted Long Chen's attention was that this giant bird had a total of 9 heads. The one in the center was the main one, and the other 8 were surrounding it. They had long necks and looked extremely fierce. An ear-piercing bird cry rang out. "It's not weak." From this voice, Long Chen could roughly determine that this person was definitely not a weakling. It might even be very strong, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat it. Moreover, it was obviously a creature that had a connection with the ancestral dragon. "You?" In the blink of an eye, the gigantic beast broke through the clouds. Its gigantic body and 9 heads appeared before Long Chen. Long Chen took a closer look. This was a giant gray phoenix. It had the same appearance as a phoenix, except that its color and head were different. This gray phoenix looked even more fierce and terrifying. Phoenixes existed among the creator gods. Long Chen had seen its true form before. It was gorgeous, solemn, and had the majesty of a divine dragon. However, the strongest among them was definitely far from the level of this gray phoenix. Although it was only about 200 meters in this primitive world, its fierce divine might was something that ordinary demons couldn't compare to. Probably only the creation primordial spirit beasts could compare to this bloodline. This giant bird exuded a strong primitive aura. It must have grown up here. From it, Long Chen could feel the power of the origin of the world. From the fluctuations, this giant bird should have the origin of 6 worlds. Luckily, it's not 7. Even so, it was extremely shocking. In this primitive world, any one of them was at the level of the 4th epoch's origin god. Most importantly, this gray 9-headed phoenix did not have the origin of the world. She was actually a kind of destruction ancestor god. The origin of the world existed directly on her body, which made her body harder and more solid. Her physical strength probably surpassed that of the primordial war ancestor. This was Long Chen's most basic understanding of this gray 9-headed phoenix. There was a strange feeling in his heart, as if this creature in front of him had the feeling of a primordial ancestor. The dark gray phoenix's 18 eyes widened when it saw him, and it screamed in a woman's voice, "Who are you? No outsider has ever entered the primogenitor's world. Where did you come from? The 1st epoch's cave, the 2nd, or the 3rd? Or 4th?" This question had already revealed a lot of information. For example, the name of this world was actually called the primordial world. Chapter 3656. Ancestral Phoenix, Senior, I have indeed entered this place by mistake. May I ask how I should address you? Having just arrived in this world, Long Chen naturally did not want to have a conflict with the natives here. Plus, who knew if she had helpers? Who knew if there were stronger ones here? After all, even the ancestral dragon might have been born in this world. This might be the most mysterious place Long Chen had ever entered. Mysterious, ancient, heavy, and terrifying. So, he spoke respectfully to the gray phoenix. The gray phoenix's 9 heads stared at Long Chen and circled around Long Chen, dancing in the primogenitor's world. Those 18 gray eyes were indeed quite frightening. But after a while, he did not speak. You should be from the 1st era grotto. The gray phoenix did not answer Long Chen's question. Instead, its eyes were cold, and its 9 heads spoke at the same time to Long Chen. She did not answer him, and there was a certain hostility. Long Chen said, "Senior, I don't know where the 1st era grotto you speak of is." The gray phoenix laughed coldly and said, "First, don't call me senior. There is no barrier between us, no need to curry favor. I am the ancestral phoenix, and this is the primogenitor's world. There is only a world and ancestral beasts here, nothing else. Second, of course you don't know about the 1st era grotto, but you should know other names. It is a world with dragons, called the Dragon Sacrificial World. First, Long Chen heard the words ancestral beasts. Ancestral dragons, ancestral beasts, ancestral gods. She said that there were only ancestral beasts here, which meant that there were a certain number of ancestral beasts in this primogenitor's world. And this ancestral phoenix before him should be one of them. He just did not know what the relationship between ancestral beasts and ancestral dragons was. The second question was even more shocking. In the Dragon Sacrificial World, which was also the Infinite Worlds, Long Chen had thought about the existence of the First Era Grotto and guessed how many ancestral gods there were. But he had never thought that the Infinite Worlds were actually the First Era Grotto. How could the Dragon Sacrificial World be the First Era Grotto? What kind of place was the primogenitor's world? Could it be that the true pattern of the worlds that could be touched was with the primogenitor's world as the core, and then there would be a world every epoch? The First Era, the Second Era, among them, the First Era was stronger than the Second Era, and then stronger than the Third Era? The Dragon Sacrificial World is the First Era? Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This truth was too shocking for him. As expected, you came from the First Era. Obviously, you are the progenitor divine dragon. The ancestral phoenix's voice seemed even colder now, as though there was a feud between her and the ancestral mystical dragon. The ancestor divine dragon was obviously the ancestral dragon. Seeing that the other party's tone was not good, Long Chen hurriedly said, "Senior, please calm down. I'm from the Dragon Sacrificial Realm, and I don't know the existence of the primogenitor's world, nor do I know the relationship between it and the ancestral dragon you know. I hope Senior can dispel my doubts." He was very sincere. However, the ancestral phoenix's stiff and cold expression did not fade. She was still circling and staring at Long Chen. Suddenly, she asked, "The legendary ancestral source should be with you, right? Hand it over, and I might still give you a chance to live." Unexpectedly, he had just encountered an ancestral beast, and the other party was so determined to clash with him. As he did not know how many ancestral beasts there were here, Long Chen felt that it was a little troublesome. If the other party had too many people and he was surrounded, it would be troublesome. "Senior, I don't know what the ancestral source you speak of is at all." Long Chen was puzzled. After saying that, he had a guess in his heart. From the name, and the difference between the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix, could the so-called ancestral source be the ancestral dragon's world origin? Massacre, karma, time, and so on, pretending to be a fool in front of me? Fine, since you've barged in and presented the ancestral source to me, I won't be polite. I want to see what kind of ancestral source you have. Is it karma, massacre, or calamity? As expected, it was Long Chen's world origin. It was obvious that the other party urgently needed the world origin, as if they could use it. This was related to the secrets of the myriad worlds and the ancestral world. "Senior, are you talking about this?" The massacre blood sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. The slender body of the sword, the blade like a blood jade, was a unique killing weapon. Ancestral source. The ancestral phoenix's eyes widened when she saw it. Actually, she had already sensed the ancestral source from Long Chen, and she was very sure of it. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still very excited, as if she had waited for countless years for this thing. "You are the primordial blood spiritual dragon." The ancestral phoenix narrowed its 18 eyes and looked at Long Chen with an even colder gaze, as if it was ready to attack at any time. The reason why he had taken out the ancestral source was because Long Chen still had many doubts. He used the massacre blood sword as a medium and said loudly, "Senior. Don't be anxious, listen to me. This is my world origin, and my ancestral soul is inside it. In other words, I am one with the ancestral source and cannot be separated. This thing shouldn't be of any use to you, right? Could it be that Senior can pull out my ancestral soul and enter it yourself? That was exactly what he wanted. In fact, the world origin of the chaotic whole sorcerer ancestor and the other two were still in the ruins of time. However, after coming here, it was completely isolated from the other worlds. Not to mention the realms of life and death, only God Nation could still be opened. However, the pressure of the world was too great, and God Nation couldn't withstand it. Moreover, there was no one else in God Nation. If he had known earlier, the three world origins might have been useful in God Nation. Humph. At this time, the progenitor Phoenix didn't answer Long Chen's question. She knew a lot and had made up her mind. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to tell everything she knew to Long Chen. It was like a starving person suddenly seeing a child in the wilderness with food in his hands. She didn't need to explain to Long Chen whether she could eat the food or not. What he wanted was to directly snatch it and get it for himself. This indirectly meant that she had other competitors in this primogenitor world. Whoosh! At that moment, the progenitor Phoenix let out a shrill cry and actually charged forward. The nomological power within its 9 heads was brewing. It was a kind of gloomy nomological power that was very similar to this world. However, it didn't seem to have a specific category. Moreover, many powers were built upon its physical body. Just its physical body alone possessed a kind of terrifying power that surpassed ordinary nomological power. Boom! The progenitor Phoenix was very fast. Its sharp beak was a terrifying sword that stabbed at Long Chen's head from 9 different directions. It wanted to peck Long Chen into pieces in this primogenitor world. Ultimate killing intent. Since the other party wanted to snatch his world origins, Long Chen didn't want to let these ancestral beasts know that he had 5 world origins. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, he wanted to use a law to deal with it. That was the massacre law. Dang dang dang. Even in this primogenitor world, the progenitor Phoenix's speed was terrifying. In the confrontation with Long Chen, because Long Chen could only use one law, he was completely suppressed by the other party. What great power! After a few exchanges, Long Chen used the massacre law to slap open the other party's beak. However, he was also sent flying. The other party's 18 eyes flickered with greed as it charged at him again. Chapter 3657. Unbounded Darkness. This progenitor Phoenix is the destruction ancestor god, but it's stronger than the bright gold ancestor and the others. Moreover, its laws aren't very obvious, but it seems to be very compatible with the primogenitor's world. In this short exchange, Long Chen had a certain understanding of the progenitor Phoenix's abilities. He had not expected such an existence to exist in the depths of the origin grounds of the divine dragons. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 ancestor gods, but who knew how many there were in this unknown primogenitor's world? It was precisely the unknown that made it terrifying. Don't even think of leaving. The progenitor Phoenix's 9 heads were intimidating Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the endless primal chaos mist and charged in front of Long Chen. Its black wings were fully extended, and the power of laws surged from every feather. This was the origin power of a world that had been condensed to the extreme. The greatest impression that the primogenitor's world gave Long Chen was that it was extremely condensed and compressed. Unbounded Darkness. The progenitor Phoenix was filled with killing intent. Its only target was the origin power of Long Chen's world. On this battlefield, Long Chen could feel the opponent's killing intent that wanted to destroy him. A battle of life and death. The laws of unbounded darkness extended, turning into a huge black sphere that locked Long Chen within. To Long Chen, this unbounded darkness was exaggerated. In this world of unbounded darkness, it was complete darkness, extreme darkness. With Long Chen's current eyesight, it wasn't just his vision that was blocked. All other senses were completely sealed. Unbounded darkness allowed him to enter a state of nothingness. There was nothing else, but there was also no himself. Everything was nothingness. Nothing existed. The most terrifying thing was that there was no himself. Even he himself was vanishing, merging into the endless darkness. Long Chen. Li Xuanji called out. Even Long Chen, who had some resistance to begin with, became even more clear-headed. A piece of cake. Long Chen smiled coldly, gripping the slaughter blood sword with both hands. The origin power of the 5 slaughter worlds flowed, surged, and exploded in the slaughter blood sword. At that moment, there seemed to be a blood-colored river flowing on top of the slaughter sword. The sturdy blade started to flow, as if it had turned into a river of blood. Liquid. Heavenly blood river. Gripping the sword with both hands, he swung it in the air. The domineering, majestic massacre nomological laws seemed to have been created specifically to break through the eternal darkness. Although the progenitor Phoenix's nomological laws were frightening, Long Chen's nomological laws were even more frightening. In an instant, a river of blood appeared in the eternal darkness that led to the sky. The boundless sky. Boom! Within the sky-reaching blood river, even a single droplet contained billions of strands of sword chi, let alone the entire sky-reaching blood river. In just an instant, the sky-reaching blood river broke through the sky-reaching blood river, and the rules were wiped out. Long Chen was thus freed from the shackles. However, the ancestral phoenix was still holding him back, staring at the massacre in Long Chen's hands with a burning gaze. Great treasure! What a great treasure! The 9 giant bird heads kept repeating the same words. She had probably attributed all of Long Chen's strength to the origin source of this world. Senior, why do you have to do this? I won't hide it from you. Even if you obtain my ancestral source, it won't be of any use to you. Why don't we call a truce and discuss the relationship and differences between the first epoch's Yuan Grotto and your primogenitor world before fighting again? Long Chen was very sincere in wanting to learn the secrets of the primogenitor world from the ancestral phoenix, but the other party clearly didn't have the patience. She didn't care what Long Chen said. When the first nomological law didn't defeat Long Chen, she immediately launched a new attack. As Long Chen spoke, she spread her wings in the primogenitor world at an even faster speed. She flapped her wings at high speed and flew. This time, she still completely surrounded Long Chen, and the nomological laws were within her wings and the primogenitor's body, sweeping and tearing. Primogenitor World Storm. Just like its name, the ancestral phoenix was stirring up the entire world storm. In an instant, the ancestral phoenix almost disappeared in front of Long Chen, replaced by an endless storm that sealed off this world. In the primogenitor world, a dark storm condensed to the extreme was undoubtedly quite terrifying. Long Chen looked around and saw that the violent gale could even tear his body apart. As the storm swept over, it felt like countless swords were slashing at Long Chen's body. There was no end to it. It was more than enough to tear Long Chen into pieces. Compared to the strangeness of the eternal darkness, the primogenitor world storm was even more brutal and direct. It was obvious that it wanted to tear Long Chen into pieces. However, even so, the thing that Long Chen was most concerned about was what use the ancestral phoenix had after snatching his world's origin source. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. The other party had been taking the initiative to attack, while Long Chen had only been defending and hadn't really fought back. Now that the other party was relentless, he was enraged. In this endless storm, everything was in chaos. And at this time, within Long Chen's divine body, the Karma World Origin's power quietly shifted and condensed on massacre. The fusion of 2 nomological laws instantly exploded in this endless storm. Karma Nirvana Sword. The fusion of massacre and karma's attack nomological laws, in terms of power, surpassed the blood spirit devourer. It was just that it wasn't as fatal. Gold and Black transformed into two divine dragons that coiled around the slaughter sword. Rip! A sword flew out. Wang! The color of blood seeped into the two mystical dragons like a sea of blood. The two mystical dragons, Gold and Black, were completely released. They rotated like the storm, forming an even bigger storm. Blood, Gold, and Black storms. 3 types of storms were born in the dark primogenitor world storm. As they rotated at high speed, they were infinitely huge. The two origin forces of the world origin clashed in chaos, creating an indescribable tearing force. It was as if the primogenitor world storm was being torn apart from the inside. Boom! The primogenitor world storm was like a wild beast being torn apart from the inside. The sound waves reverberated far and wide. If not for the fact that the primogenitor's world was extremely stable to begin with, the sound waves would have spread even further. If there were other destruction ancestor gods in the primogenitor's world, they would have been able to sense the commotion here. Blood Spirit Devourer. Long Chen's attack would not be stopped so easily. When the primogenitor world storm was torn apart, the progenitor Phoenix's body appeared within the storm. Because it had been torn apart, even though it was the body of a destruction ancestor god, it was still covered in wounds. Of course, none of them were fatal. But at this moment, Long Chen's blood spirit devourer Phoenix charged over. To him, the progenitor Phoenix was relatively huge. Therefore, in this instant, Long Chen charged right in front of her. Ugh! This savage sword attack only killed ancestor souls. As soon as Long Chen appeared, the progenitor Phoenix realized how terrifying this attack was. She was really shocked. She had not expected Long Chen to be this strong. In fact, Long Chen's current cultivation level was not far from that of a true primordial blood spirit dragon. Run! Unexpectedly, the progenitor Phoenix, who had previously vowed to take away Long Chen's world source, chose to flee at the first instant. In terms of speed, she was on par with Long Chen. However, it was clear that she was more accustomed to this world and could move more freely under the restrictions. Long Chen was just a hair's breadth away from catching her. Whoosh! Without another word, the progenitor Phoenix fled frantically. Long Chen chased after her. After a while, he vaguely sensed that the progenitor Phoenix had helpers. She was calling for them. Go! If he did not leave now and they were surrounded, it would be troublesome. His understanding of this place was too small. Chapter 36:58. From the chase to the swift turning and leaving quietly. In an unfamiliar place like the primogenitor's world, even if they were to escape, they could not make any noise. This is the world where the ancestral dragons were born. If there are ancestral phoenixes everywhere and they are all coveting the origin of this world, I will be doomed. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji as he left. What should we do? I know too little about this world now. I need to understand it more. I need to interact with other living beings. Of course, I need other living beings. The ancestral phoenix was too hostile towards me just now. Li Xuanji was more worried about another problem. She said, if we are unable to leave this primogenitor's world and return to the myriad worlds, we will be in trouble. After all, we only wanted to know the secret of the origin of the dragons. We did not expect to come here. Long Chen shook his head and said confidently, don't worry. The secret of the origin of the dragons must be here. This must be the true place where the ancestral dragons were born. This place could be treated as the interior of the cave of the ancestral dragons. While Long Chen and Li Xuanji were discussing, Long Chen sensed that there seemed to be a large group of people charging towards him from a position not far from him. The other party was in hot pursuit, but Long Chen had already shaken them off and changed directions. So many. Li Xuanji also sensed it clearly. At least, there are more than 6 of them, Li Xuanji said. A total of 8, and every one of them is an ancestral phoenix. Every one of them seems to have the origin of more than 6 worlds. I just don't know if there are more worlds. If there are, it would be ridiculous. 8 ancestral phoenixes. This number almost caught up with the 10 great ancestral dragons. There were simply too many of them. Perhaps these ancestral phoenixes were once related to the ancestral dragons. However, it was certain that there should not be any outstanding existences like the first ancestral dragon or the primordial sacrificial dragon. As for whether there were such existences in the primogenitor's world, no one knew. The 2 of them held their breaths and retreated, finally breaking away from their pursuit. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already very far away. However, the endless primal chaos fog still obscured their vision, giving them the false impression that this world was extremely huge. That's about it. The 2 of them stopped here to rest. After getting rid of them, they prepared to sort out their thoughts. There are too many secrets in this world. Most importantly, they seem to be able to seize my ancestral roots and use them for themselves. This is bad news. No matter what, I still have to find someone in this world who can help me and understand this world from him. Only then will there be a way to explore this place, or a way out. The only way to find such an existence was, of course, to search. Therefore, he and Li Xuanji set out on a new journey to search for new life forms. Long Chen had been assisting the Eye of Life. It was not easy to find another life form in this vast primogenitor world. Half a day passed. It's possible that there is only one ancestral phoenix in this primogenitor world, Li Xuanji said. Not very likely, Long Chen denied. Why? Long Chen said, previously, when I discovered that I had the world's origin, if there was only the ancestral phoenix here, then the ancestral phoenix probably wanted to monopolize it for herself. Even if she couldn't beat me, she wouldn't have made such a big fuss and called all the ancestral phoenixes to chase after me. That way, she wouldn't have a share. There would definitely be other lifeforms competing. Makes sense. Of course, there might be other ancestral phoenixes. But that's also possible for us to search for. I'm just afraid that they are too obsessed with the world's origin and want to kill me when they see me. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter such danger in the cave of ancestral dragons. After searching for about 3 days in this primogenitor world, Long Chen finally found something. Over there. Coming here, through the layers of primal chaos mist, Long Chen could vaguely see a huge thing in front of him. It looked like a nest, like a cratered star, and on that star, there were 8 caves. Each cave was over 1,000 meters in diameter. This was the 3rd thing Long Chen saw in the primogenitor world, apart from the primal chaos mist and the ancestral phoenix. There didn't seem to be any lifeforms in the 8 caves. After approaching, Long Chen used the Eye of Life to check and confirm that it was safe. He came to the sky above the gray star and looked down, sizing it up. The rocks on it are really ancient. Long Chen was proficient in the laws of time. He could see traces of extremely ancient time here. Every pothole, every mottled mark on the rocks, had been formed over billions of years. Suddenly, Long Chen came to the sky above a cave. The inside of the cave was deep, hazy, and filled with thick primal chaos mist. It was a great place to cultivate. Why is there a vague power of calamity in this? In this primogenitor world, everything he encountered was the primal chaos power. Such an exceptional power of calamity, if he didn't look carefully, Long Chen wouldn't have found it. Luckily, he had inherited the essence blood of the chaos calamity dragon, and was very familiar with this power of calamity. How is this possible? Thinking carefully, this power that originally belonged to him couldn't appear here. Filled with doubt, Long Chen prepared to go in and take a look. He snuck into the cave, and his surroundings were dark. However, the power of the Great Desolation Calamity was indeed getting stronger and stronger. It was a power that was extremely similar to Long Chen's. In fact, it could even be said that it was the same power. Could it be that there is another Chaos Calamity Dragon here? Long Chen thought. But thinking carefully, didn't this mean that there was life inside? Eye of Life Origins. In this chaotic situation, Long Chen hurriedly used this law. When he used the Eye of Life Origins, Long Chen immediately saw that there really was a life in the depths of this cave. This life sign was constantly strengthening. Clearly, only a fourth epoch primordial god-level life form would have such a strong life force. It actually dodged my Eye of Life Origins. The first time, Long Chen hadn't discovered it. Perhaps this life form had used some sort of natural law to enter a dormant state, so Long Chen hadn't discovered it. But at this time, when Long Chen came in, it was startled and awakened, so it couldn't escape Long Chen's eyes. It was impossible for one to do so. The key was that there were 8 caves here. Long Chen's eyes swept around. Indeed, there were 8 other caves. They all had life. Chapter 3659. Let's go. There were 8 ancestral phoenixes. With a rough sense, he estimated that each of them had the ability of a 4th-era ancestor god or above. And the 8 caves here were clearly nests. Perhaps they were the ancestral phoenixes' nests. Long Chen hurriedly rushed back. This time, he did not care about the commotion. He only cared about escaping. He turned into a bloodline and left quickly. This speed was the fastest he could achieve in the primogenitor's world. Who? Don't think of leaving. Behind him, there was a heavy and domineering roar. It was very heavy. Long Chen could tell that it was a little shrill compared to the ancestral phoenixes. There was still a difference, indicating that it appeared here. It should not be the ancestral phoenixes. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Long Chen rushed out of the cave. Before him, in the other 7 caves, giant beasts rushed out and surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, they blocked Long Chen's path. To block Long Chen's path, this showed that all the giant beasts were very strong. At least in terms of the origin of the world, they were not weaker than the 6. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to escape from this place. As they were not the ancestral phoenixes, there was still room for discussion. Long Chen was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he looked at the giant beasts that surrounded him. Qilin? That's right, the 7 before him were all Qilins. Compared to the fire Qilins and other gorgeous Qilins in the myriad worlds, the 7 Qilins before him were dull and even a little ugly. They did not have any charm, but they were more ferocious. Especially those huge eyes. They were round, like peerless gods staring at Long Chen. Moreover, their physical bodies were terrifyingly tough. Even the 4th-era ancestor gods could not compare to them. Even the Destiny Astral Ancestor was far inferior in this aspect. After all, they were the Destruction Ancestor gods. At the same time, in terms of combat strength, these Qilins were probably not weaker than the 4th-era ancestor gods. According to the ancestral phoenixes, they should be ancestral Qilins. Indeed, in the primogenitor's world, there was a camp outside of the ancestral phoenixes. And there were 8 of them. Their strength should not be much different from the ancestral phoenixes as a whole. Tell me, who are you? At this time, the ancestor Qilin that Long Chen had entered the cave appeared. The power of calamity had come from its body. When Long Chen saw his appearance, he was really frightened. That Qilin was completely black and covered in black dragon scales. It was extremely handsome and had bat-like wings on its back, and there was more than one pair. The most obvious thing was that this Qilin had 2 heads. One was dark and cold, while the other was only the skull of a Qilin. This appearance was clearly the appearance of the Calamity Dragon from the Desolate Era. However, he was a Qilin, and the Cosmic Calamity Dragon was a dragon. A Genesis ancestor god. That's right, this guy definitely had the source of the world on him. There were certain differences between the creation ancestral gods and the destruction ancestral gods, so it was easier to distinguish them. This progenitor Qilin was very different from the other progenitor Qilins. With the primogenitor in the lead, the 8 Qilins surrounded Long Chen and stared at Long Chen menacingly. The other Qilins did not seem to speak, waiting for the progenitor god to decide. Long Chen stared at him. Xianji, if I'm not wrong, he might have already obtained the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. They are considered progenitor lifeforms, so they might really inherit the source of the world. If they can change like this after obtaining my source of the world, then it would explain why the progenitor Phoenix wanted my source of the world so badly. The source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world was called the Chaos Calamity. The Chaos Calamity was a black bone sword that was inherited from both hands. Normally, it would be divided into 10 parts to form Long Chen's 10 fingers. When used, the 10 fingers would form the primordial Desolate Bone Sword and the Massacre Blood Sword, forming the dual swords that Long Chen was most proficient in. But now, from the progenitor Qilin's perception of calamity, he could roughly sense that the claws on his forelimbs were the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. Could it be that the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world has returned to the progenitor's world? And it has been used by the progenitor Qilin? This was very likely the truth. Either that, or the progenitor's world already had another source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. This possibility was relatively small. After all, it was impossible for there to be 2 existences that controlled the same supreme law. I'm asking, who are you? I'll give you one last chance. The progenitor Qilin was probably the leader here. Long Chen was now surrounded, so he said, "Everyone, I don't know who I am or why I'm here, so I'm looking around. If I've alarmed everyone, I'm sorry. I'll take my leave first." The most important thing now was to find a way to leave. Wait. That Qilin leader's normal head and skull spoke at the same time. He stopped Long Chen, carefully sizing him up, saying, "It is clear that you are not an existence from Primogenitor's world. With your abilities, you should be from the First Era's grotto. What disgusts me the most is that you are a progenitor mystical dragon. Why is a progenitor mystical dragon back?" The difference between species was obvious. It was not easy to bluff his way through. "I don't know either." Long Chen could only play the fool. He hoped that Long Chen didn't notice his world quintessence. Just as he thought that, a primogenitor Qilin said, "Qi-yi," he returned from that place. Even though he isn't our old rival, he definitely has an ancestral quintessence on him. Let's kill him and take his ancestral source. Our progenitor Qilin has 2 ancestral sources. When the time comes to fight for the progenitor's heart, we will have the confidence to crush other existences. Yes, Qi-yi, this is a gift from the progenitor's world to us. Don't let this progenitor mystical dragon escape. Let's do it, Qi-yi. Many ugly progenitor Qilins could no longer hold back. They were all asking for Qi-yi's opinion. Waiting for his order. As expected, the progenitor Qilin had an ancestral source, which was the source of the world. It was very likely the source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon's world. Everyone's eyes were on Qi-yi. Qi-yi stared at Long Chen, as if there was something he wanted to know. But in the end, he felt that it was more important to take the ancestral source first. By now, Long Chen knew that the other party was definitely going to make a move. In that case, he might as well make the first move while the other party was not paying attention. Whoosh! The bloody massacre sword appeared. Chapter 3660. On the left, there was the ancestral Qilin closest to Long Chen. Because they had the advantage in numbers, they were a little careless. They seemed to think that they could crush Long Chen, so they did not care. It was like a cat catching a mouse. Long Chen's attacks were always fast and accurate. Blood Spirit Devour Soul. His first move was a killing move. Blood Spirit Devour Soul was very terrifying. If it succeeded, even the Annihilation Ancestor God would be killed in one move. At this time, the Ancestral Qilin was still waiting for the leader's order. Long Chen was the first to target him. Once he made a move, a line of blood instantly appeared. With a whoosh, it rushed towards the Ancestral Qilin. Hiss! The Ancestral Qilin was shocked, but still disdainfully. It used a rule similar to the Ancestral Phoenix to block Long Chen. Break! Blood Spirit Devour Soul easily tore through the rule and stabbed the Annihilation Sword into the Ancestral Qilin's body. It only pierced halfway and did not penetrate deeply. However, this was a power that attacked the soul. It was not as simple as it looked. In fact, it had already pierced the ancestral soul. This caused the Ancestral Qilin to let out an earth-shattering scream, as if it was about to die. Kill him. Seeing this, the Qilin hurriedly gave the order. The remaining Qilins attacked. Stop, or I will take his life. Long Chen could tell that to their tribe, every Ancestral Qilin was extremely important. If Long Chen could control the life of an Ancestral Qilin, he would have a chance of escaping this predicament. Whoosh! The time chain also appeared at this time, binding the Ancestral Qilin tightly. At the same time, the other hand grasped the Annihilation Sword, controlling the life and death of the Ancestral Qilin. When the Ancestral Qilin attacked, Long Chen's Annihilation Sword pierced through. All the Ancestral Qilins could clearly feel the destruction of the Ancestral Qilin's soul. Don't move. The Ancestor Qilin let out a shrill howl. Only then did the other 7 stop. 2 ancestral roots. However, when they saw the 2 ancestral roots in Long Chen's body, their expressions became extremely passionate. It was simply too attractive to them. Out of the way. Long Chen had to be strong at this time, or else it would be difficult for him to escape. This was his only chance to take a hostage. If he wasted this chance, the other Qilins wouldn't let Long Chen hold them hostage. The Ancestor Qilin did not move. Long Chen made his move. The captive screamed, roared, and cursed. Only then did the other Qilins open up a path for Long Chen with blazing eyes. Long Chen used the power of time to pull the primogenitor Qilins away. However, the primogenitor Qilins weren't willing to give up and chased after him. Stop! Long Chen turned around and roared. However, the ancestral Qilins were unwilling to give up. They followed behind him and refused to leave. Long Chen couldn't just kill the ancestral Qilins, because if he did, he would have no bargaining chips. Right now, his life was tied to the ancestral Qilins. As such, Long Chen could only look for an opportunity to escape. Basically, every time he attacked, the ancestral Qilins would cry out in pain. The 7 ancestral Qilins would be able to stand still for a while, enough for Long Chen to put some distance between them. Right now, Long Chen needed to find a suitable place to let go and escape. When he turned around, he was already far away from the ancestral Qilin's lair. However, the other 7 ancestral Qilins were still in hot pursuit under Qi Wen's lead. Almost there. After putting some distance between them, Long Chen was confident that he could escape. Just as he was about to let go of the ancestral Qilin, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. This scared Long Chen out of his wits. He hurriedly regained control of the ancestral Qilin and changed directions. All of a sudden, a sharp bird's cry came from the front. Huang Wan. Behind him, the ancestral Qilins exclaimed with ugly expressions. It was obvious that an enemy that they were afraid of had arrived. To Long Chen, this was even more troublesome. He changed directions and moved forward. At this moment, 8 ancestral phoenixes appeared in his left vision and collided with the ancestral Qilins. These were the 8 ancestral phoenixes that Long Chen had encountered before. Among them was the one that had fought with Long Chen. However, their appearances and cultivation were very similar. For a moment, Long Chen couldn't tell which one it was. However, among the group of ancestral phoenixes, there was one ancestral phoenix that especially attracted Long Chen's attention. He remembered that the ancestral Qilins had called out, Huang Wan, so it should be her. The other ancestral phoenixes were gray in color. This one, however, was like a black crystal with dreamy colors. Within the crystal, countless stars twinkled. Each feather was like a work of art. A dreamy mist surrounded this crystal phoenix. Compared to the gray ancestral phoenixes around it, this crystal phoenix was simply too beautiful. The problem was that this was the Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon. This was how it should look. It also had the power of illusion and transformation that belonged to the Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon. When he saw this crystal phoenix, it was even easier to understand. Long Chen could basically confirm that this so-called Huang Wan had obtained the Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon's world origin. Umbra Dream Enchantment Dragon? Even Li Xuanji could feel that there was something about this crystal phoenix that attracted her. That's right. If that's the case, it's most likely that the world origins of these 2 ancestral dragons have returned to the primogenitor's world. There aren't other ancestral roots in the primogenitor's world. That's right. Then we should snatch them? That's for sure, but they have the advantage in numbers. There are already 16 of them, which is comparable to all of our forces in the infinite worlds. They won't be easy to defeat. Let's escape first and think of a way. At this time, the ancestral phoenix and Qilin had appeared at the same time. They were probably mortal enemies. Their appearance, coupled with the huge temptation of Long Chen, made it seem like they were competing for Long Chen. That was why they couldn't avoid fighting each other. Stop them. I'll go after the ancestral dragon. He actually has 2 ancestral roots. That phoenix appeared from the large group and charged forward. The other 7 phoenixes went to stop the ancestral Qilin. Don't even think about it. Qi Wan knew that he would do this, but he didn't know how. In a short while, he went around one of the ancestral phoenixes and followed closely behind Huang Wan. Scram! Almost all the ancestral phoenixes and Qilin were engaged in a chaotic battle. If the ancestral phoenix gets close to me first, then this hostage is useless. I'll take advantage of their battle to escape immediately. Thinking of this, Long Chen decisively let go of the ancestral Qilin. Of course, he wouldn't really kill it. After all, it wasn't to the point of a life and death struggle. Killing the ancestral Qilin would truly anger this race, and it would be difficult for him to leave this place alive. After updating the dragon blood, he continued to save manuscripts for his new book. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 3661. The moment he released the hostage, Long Chen couldn't care less about causing a commotion. He fled at full speed. At this time, the ancestral Qilin and ancestral Phoenix were still chasing and competing with each other. They were probably old rivals, and neither was willing to give in to the other. It was this competition that gave Long Chen the opportunity to escape from the pursuit of the 16 powerhouses. He's escaped. After a short while, they saw Long Chen give up on the hostage. The primogenitor world was filled with dense chaotic mist that could obstruct vision and even the senses of the Fourth Era's ancestral gods. Hence, it was convenient for Long Chen to escape. He was alone now, and his body was relaxed. He made a few turns and sped away. The ancestral Phoenix and ancestral Qilin that were chasing him were gradually left behind. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from sight. He was finally free. What a close shave. I nearly fell under the control of those 16 elder gods of destruction. Once I was caught in their fight, it would be even more dangerous. Fortunately, the primogenitor world was suitable for fleeing. Although he couldn't see them anymore, Long Chen was still very careful. He constantly changed his position to avoid encountering them. However, blindly fleeing was definitely useless. What should I do now? Li Xuanji was also frightened by this lineup. There were peak powerhouses everywhere in the primogenitor world. They hadn't even met any 4th era's ancestral gods or above. The scene of 16 4th era's ancestral gods chasing Long Chen was truly terrifying. If they hadn't fled quickly, given their desire for the ancestral roots, Long Chen would probably have been wiped out by now. The most important discovery today is that we found the world origins of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon and the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon. They're in the hands of Huangyi and Qilin respectively. Although I don't know why these two world essences returned to the primogenitor's world, the most important thing right now is to obtain them. If that's the case, then I'll have to kill Huangyi and Qi. Long Chen said resolutely. But you're alone, and they're all in groups. Each group has 8 4th era destruction elder gods. How are you going to deal with them? Li Xuanji was completely helpless. As Long Chen wandered around the primogenitor world, he was also pondering this question. As he pondered, he said, if this primogenitor world only has the ancestral Kirin race and the ancestral Phoenix race, then it will be troublesome. However, if there are other existences, I might have a chance. I need to borrow the power of the primogenitor's world to break them. This was what Long Chen was thinking. Even if there is, what should we do? Li Xuanji asked. In fact, her question was, how could she make the life here still help her? This was something that Long Chen didn't have an answer for. We can only take it one step at a time. Our understanding of the primogenitor's world is still too limited. They moved forward in the endless darkness to see if they could find anything that would allow them to better understand the primogenitor's world. At the very least, if there were other life forms, the previous 2 battles and pursuit should have alerted some existences. The primogenitor's world had indeed become chaotic because of Long Chen's arrival. The original life forms here should have been in deep slumber and awakened because of my arrival, Long Chen guessed. In other words, if he wasn't here, this place would have been extremely quiet. After walking for a few days, Long Chen came to a stop in the middle of the dark void. He turned around and activated the Eye of Life. Sure enough, he saw life in his field of vision. Fortunately, it was only one. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be the ancestral Phoenix or the ancestral Kirin. There was indeed a third type of life form. It seemed to be heading towards Long Chen. It had probably found Long Chen. Long Chen was also paying attention to his surroundings. For the time being, there weren't any other primogenitor lifeforms. However, he naturally wouldn't let his guard down. After a period of time, the primogenitor peacefully arrived in front of Long Chen. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic beast. It looked like a divine turtle, but in reality, it had the tail of a snake. Its entire body was dark gray, and there were ancient markings carved on its shell. It looked like an endless star map, and it gave off a mysterious feeling. I am the primogenitor divine might. The turtle's voice was deep and it spoke in the human language. After arriving in front of Long Chen, it didn't attack. Instead, it introduced itself. It let Long Chen know it. You can call me God One. Based on the way they met, he was different from the ancestral Kirin and ancestral Phoenix. When they saw that Long Chen had an ancestral source, they had attacked him directly. However, he introduced himself. Clearly, he wanted to converse with Long Chen. Right now, what Long Chen needed the most was such an existence. If the primogenitor divine might clan existed, then God One would be the leader. Similar to Phoenix One and Kirin One. However, because he didn't have a world source, he might not be as strong as those two. Senior, my name is Long Chen. After getting to know each other, the primogenitor divine might cut to the chase and said, these days, I saw that the Kirin and Phoenix clans were very restless, as if they were looking for something. I guessed that something had appeared in the primogenitor world and came out to roam. I didn't expect to meet you, the primogenitor divine dragon. It seems that you're the one who made them so restless. Long Chen smiled, tacitly agreeing. He wanted to see how the primogenitor divine might view the matter of the ancestral source. Shen Yi smiled and said, I didn't understand before, but now I understand. So you've brought back ancestral roots. No wonder they're so excited. Phoenixes, ancestral roots are the most precious things to them. Long Chen asked, is it not important to Senior God One? Based on the current situation, he could probably get the answers he wanted to know today. Long Chen was very curious about the primogenitor world. Moreover, this place was also related to the 10 ancestral dragons. Hearing this, God One shook his head and said, not everyone is so passionate about the ancestral source. They compete with each other. In order to survive, the primogenitor's heart needs the ancestral source to increase its power. We can't compete with them. The changes that the ancestral source can bring us are not that much. So that's how it is. However, Long Chen still didn't understand. Chapter 3662. No problem. God One's answer was clean. Long Chen knew that he had a motive for getting close to him, but since he was not in a hurry to say it, he was not in a hurry either. I'm guessing that you are a descendant of the primogenitor mystical dragons, but you do not know much about this place. In that case, I will tell you about the history of the primogenitor world. He began to recall. Long Chen listened carefully. This mysterious world had finally lifted its veil in front of him. The primogenitor world is a world that has existed for who knows how long. Time is a very strange thing here. Over the endless years, when the power of many primogenitors gathered together, all kinds of life forms were born, such as the primogenitor mystical dragons, primogenitor Qilins, primogenitor phoenixes, etc. In this primogenitor world, at its peak, there were about 60 to 70 life forms. Even the weakest among them possess 6 world origins, while the strongest possess 9 world origins. The strongest was obviously the first primogenitor dragon. Based on the current primogenitor world, the time I was born should be the earliest. About the same as Dragon 2 of the primogenitor mystical dragons. However, the number of world origins we possess depends on luck. The birth of our primogenitor life is a result of luck. The primogenitor's world has a vast amount of power, especially in the most ancient times. These powers would fluctuate violently and occasionally collide together, forming a core. After a period of evolution, it is possible for a life to be born. Of course, that is the ancient primogenitor's world. The current primogenitor's world has not given birth to a primogenitor life for a long time. Long Chen carefully pondered over his words. The Dragon 2 he mentioned should be referring to the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. I did not expect the birth of the primogenitor life forms to be so magical. They were born naturally, and seemed to have the same logic as the ancestor gods of all worlds. They were all formed from the power of the world. When the primogenitor world was at its peak, there were 60 to 70 life forms. The strongest was Dragon 1, who had 9 world origins. However, no matter how strong he was, there was no conflict between them. Therefore, for a long time, all the primogenitor life forms lived in peace. After all, when there was no competition, it was very difficult to have conflicts. Most of the time was spent in boredom and sleep. Until one day, we discovered that after a period of time, the divine bodies of our primogenitor's life forms would loosen and disappear. Disintegrate. Turn into pure power, and disappear from this world. Life is a mysterious thing. Once we have life and intelligence, we think that we will have eternal life. However, once we know that we will die in the end, all the primogenitors are afraid. Of course, there's no use in being afraid. Who knows how long it will take for new primogenitors to be born, and old primogenitors to die. It was the same for the primogenitor divine dragon. Of course, among the ancestral divine dragons, Dragon 1, Dragon 2 and Dragon 3 had always existed. However, it seemed like they were on the verge of collapse in the end. It seemed as though something had changed here. Otherwise, the number 1 ancestral dragons would have most likely lost their lives. As expected, God 1 said, at that time, they accidentally discovered that when a new primogenitor was born, the power of the primogenitor's world would condense into a core called the primogenitor's heart. With the primogenitor's heart, power would be born. When we obtained the primogenitor's heart and fused with it, we discovered that our collapsing bodies would regain eternal life. From then on, we, who were afraid of death, began to compete for the primogenitor's hearts that were born in the primogenitor's world. When there is competition, there will be fights. Long Chen nodded. That's right. Back then, the peaceful primogenitor world was divided into different groups. Once a primogenitor's heart was born, there would basically be a battle to the death. However, in the beginning, the primogenitor divine dragons were too strong. They obtained almost all the primogenitor's hearts. As long as they were willing, the primogenitor's heart would be theirs. Hence, from then on, not a single primogenitor divine dragon died. Only when the ancestor divine dragon doesn't need the ancestor's heart for the time being will we have the right to fight for it to ensure our survival. I don't know. They were living for something, but they were also afraid of eternal death. That was why the primogenitor's heart was still so important to them. Therefore, for now, obtaining the primogenitor's heart before they perished was still the only goal of these primogenitors. They lived so that they wouldn't die. Then, something else happened. At this point, the ancestral divine might bitterly smiled and shook its head. At that time, 9 things were born in the ancestral world at an unknown time. They represented 9 different types of energy. They were origin, time, destiny, and so on and so forth. We called them the ancestral roots. 9 types? How could there be 9 of the 10 great ancestral dragons? Could it be that the peculiarity of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon lies in this place? Long Chen did not ask any questions. He was waiting for the other party to continue. Those 9 ancestral roots are in the shape of weapons. They are the only special things in the primogenitor's world. They actually contain other laws. Our primogenitor's world only has one law, and that is the primogenitor, that is compatible with the primogenitor's world. Only by conquering the primogenitor's root can one obtain other powers and become even stronger. Shen Yi yearned for the primogenitor's root. Of course, the ancestral divine dragons were the first to discover the primogenitor's root. Even though they were born consecutively and there were many years in between, they still collected the 9 primogenitors' roots and conquered them. They poured their ancestral souls into the ancestral roots. Can you guess what happened? First, they had new laws. Although we were all 4th epoch ancestral gods, they could easily crush us. Second, they didn't seem to be primogenitor lifeforms anymore. They were immortal and didn't need the primogenitor's heart. As long as the ancestral roots weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die. So this was how the ancestral dragons were born. Long Chen thought that they were born in the ancestral dragon cave. He did not expect the world inside the ancestral dragon cave to be so complicated. There were so many primogenitor lifeforms competing. Only 9 ancestral roots appeared, and no more appeared. Even so, we are still glad, because at the very least, the ancestral divine dragon no longer needs the ancestral heart. Our chances of obtaining the ancestral heart have increased. Chapter 3663. Dragon 1, the first ancestral dragon, disappeared? Long Chen guessed that it was during the First Era. He went to the infinite worlds. He arrived at a vaster, more complete world. The creator, the controller, was born. After Dragon 1 disappeared, we were all shocked. Even the other ancestral divine dragons didn't know what happened. We could only think that Dragon 1 was dead. At that time, everyone guessed that it was related to the ancestral source, but the ancestral divine dragons had already fused with the ancestral source and couldn't be separated. Then, after a period of time, Long 2 also disappeared. After a while, Dragon 3 disappeared too. We were all shocked, but at that time, the ancestral divine dragons were still the strongest, because they all had the ancestral source. And at that time, they didn't seem so surprised anymore, as if they were shouldering some kind of mission and had made preparations. Finally, one day, the remaining 6 ancestral divine dragons disappeared one after another. The ancestral divine dragons that once dominated the ancestral world all disappeared. For the remaining ancestral life forms, this was indeed a good thing. At least there was no longer a race that could absolutely crush them. At that time, we all thought that the ancestral source took their lives, and that they deserved it. After that, things calmed down, but every time a primogenitor's heart appeared, it was still a time of competition between the various races. Every time, it was very intense, and some even died in battle. Overall, the number of primogenitors was decreasing. In this way, many times, we will doubt the meaning of our existence. What is the meaning of our existence? Life or death, what is it? Until one day, a strange life form entered our primogenitor's world. He was like you, clearly from another place. It was his arrival that made us understand that there were other worlds besides the primogenitor's world. He called that world the dragon sacrificial world. From him, we learned that the ancestral divine dragons didn't die. They entered an area at the edge of the ancestral world and opened up a huge world there, becoming the creators of worlds. To complete their mission. The relationship between the ancestral world and the dragon sacrificial world was like the ancestral world was the flower core, and that world was the petals, a petal that extended out from the ancestral world. But a petal is far larger and more prosperous than the flower core, and even gives birth to countless lives. For example, that strange life form was one of them. What was that strange life form like? Long Chen guessed who it could be. He looks a bit like a divine dragon, but he's different from the ancestral divine dragon. He's much weaker, and the world he just came to doesn't have a single world origin. He can be easily crushed to death. He's a pure black dragon with an impure bloodline. Half of his bloodline is from another life form, but he has a terrifying ability to devour. Especially in the ancestral world, he was even more terrifying. Unknowingly, he had 5 world origins. This almost caught up to the ancestral divine dragons. We realized that if this continued, he might devour all of our primogenitors. Thus, we came to a consensus that he was the bane of this world, so we joined forces to kill him. Just as we were about to succeed, unfortunately, the primogenitor world suddenly gave birth to the 10th ancestral root, which coincidentally fell into the hands of this strange life form. After he fused with this ancestral root, it was different from the other ancestral roots. It was like a defective product and didn't have any laws. Instead, it amplified his devouring ability and formed an even more terrifying law. Furthermore, it cleansed his bloodline and turned him into a pure primogenitor divine dragon. Then, that ancestral root brought him away from this world. Hence, the 10th ancestral dragon, the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, was born. As it turns out, the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon was originally a mixed-blood sky-devouring clan, a mixed blood between a divine dragon and a sky-devouring clan. He originally lived in the dragon sacrificial continent during the 5th era. At that time, the dragon sacrificial continent had already given birth to divine dragons and some other creatures. By chance, he entered this ancestral world, and this place became his paradise. In the end, he actually transformed into a real ancestral dragon. No wonder the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon was so special. He was not an ancestral dragon, but a mixed blood between an ordinary divine dragon and a sky-devouring clan. It was not the ancestral dragon cave that gave birth to him, but he entered the ancestral dragon cave and was transformed. So that was the case. The greatest use of this strange life form was to let us know the use of the ancestral roots. It also made some of us want to be like the ancestral divine dragons, to create our own world, and not to forever fight for survival in this sealed ancestral world. We are the most honorable life forms, but we are doing the lowest competition. That's why we looked forward to the birth of a new ancestral root, so that we would have the chance to complete our mission. We waited and waited, but from then on, no more ancestral roots were born in the primogenitor's world, until now. Of course, before you came in, there was actually a small interlude. One day, 2 ancestral roots returned, the ones that Huang 1 and Qi 1 possess now. They found a portion of the ancestral roots' memories, and learned of the destruction of the dragon sacrificial world, which is also the first era's origin grotto. They also learned of the destruction of the ancestral divine dragons, and that the dragon sacrificial world is still in danger. The whereabouts of the other ancestral roots are unknown, and we also know that there are some small worlds around the ancestral world, such as the second era's origin grotto. They are all petals around the ancestral world, and they all have great potential to grow. But now, even the largest dragon sacrificial world is about to be eaten clean, much less these small worlds. So that's how it is. What shocked Longchen the most was that the epic grottos had the potential to become enormous worlds. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the perfect worlds were far from being complete. It was like a flower that only had a single petal, and it was about to be eaten up by bugs. Therefore, we felt that it was a pity. Today, you came to the ancestral world, and you seem to have inherited the legacy of the ancestral divine dragons, and obtained their ancestral roots and bodies. Only then did we see a glimmer of hope. Speaking up to this point is to let you understand the cause and effect. Of course, we want to make a deal with you. It will be good for you, and it will also be a kind of release for us. You? How many? Longchen hadn't asked the question he wanted to know the most. How many primogenitor lifeforms were there in the ancestral world, and how strong were they? As for the deal, he had some guesses. We have a total of 4 ancestral divine mages. There is also ancestral primal chaos, ancestral ghost fox, ancestral Tao Tai, and ancestral Qilin. Ancestral Kuanpeng and ancestral Kuanpeng make up a total of 10. Their thoughts are exactly the same as mine, but they are different from ancestral Phoenix and ancestral Qilin. Apart from them, there are a few other primogenitor lifeforms in the ancestral world that have always been in deep slumber. I don't know what they are thinking. Everyone, please follow Frenzied's WeChat, Feng Qingyang. Frenzied would send it to everyone's phones every day. Tomorrow was November 11th, and Frenzied planned to send 500 yuan red packets to the readers. The process was like this: Frenzied would send the red packets on Alipay, and then get a red packet password, which was a few numbers. Then, he would send the numbers to everyone's WeChat via WeChat along with tomorrow's updated chapters. Everyone would quickly copy the numbers, open Alipay, and find the red packet option. The red packet option might be hidden at the bottom. Among the 3 options, as long as the password was entered quickly, they would get the red packet. Chapter 3664. Today, 500 yuan red packets will be distributed. Everyone quickly open WeChat, follow Feng Qingyang, and find the red packet password to exchange on Alipay. New users could see the red packet password by clicking on the history. It was just a few numbers. For ancestral divine marshals, 2 ancestral Kunpangs, 1 ancestral Taotai, 1 ancestral Cheong Chi, 1 ancestral Ghost Fox, and 1 ancestral Chaos, there were a total of 10 4th-era ancestral gods. As for the ancestral Qilin and ancestral Phoenix, there were 8 each. It was difficult for them to work together. In other words, if Long Chen could unite these 10 existences, he would become the strongest force in the entire primogenitor world. Now, he roughly knew how many 4th-era ancestral beings there were in the primogenitor world. Other than these 3 forces, there were a few scattered ones that were probably just waiting for their lives to disappear. Even the ancestral heart did not want to fight for them. In total, there were more than 30 ancestral beings. Indeed, not even half of their peak strength. However, all of them had 6 world origins, and 2 of them even had world origins. With such a force, they would definitely be able to crush the myriad of worlds. Long Chen could defeat any one of them, but if they worked together, he could only run for his life. He did not expect there to be so many terrifying experts in the cave of ancestral dragons. Fortunately, they could not get out. However, now came to the crux of the matter. The ancestral divine marshals found Long Chen. What was the so-called deal? The ancestral divine marshals went straight to the point. We guessed that since you came to this world, you naturally want to take back the ancestral source that once belonged to the ancestral dragons, right? Long Chen had a rough idea in his heart, so he nodded and said, "That's right, that's my current goal." "Tell us the details of the deal." The other party said straightforwardly, "The 10 of us can help you seize the ancestral source. As long as we help you defeat them one by one, the 10 of us can completely restrain the 7 opponents for you, giving you a chance to seize the ancestral source. The ancestral Qilin and ancestral Phoenix are like fire and water. Defeating them one by one shouldn't be difficult for you." This tempted Long Chen. If he could do that, then it would not be a problem. Then what do I need to do? The so-called transaction would definitely be something that both parties would gain. God One fell silent for a while before he said, "It's like this. You know that we've actually relied on plundering the primogenitor's heart to survive in the primogenitor's world. The primogenitor's world is different from the dragon sacrificial world. According to what I know, as long as we leave this place and go to the dragon sacrificial world, we won't have to fight for the primogenitor's heart anymore. So, you want me to take you to the dragon sacrificial world?" This gave Long Chen a headache. Putting aside what kind of changes they would bring to the dragon sacrificial world after they went there, the most crucial point was that he didn't even know how to go back now. As if sensing Long Chen's hesitation, God One said, "Don't worry. We just want to get rid of this boring life and end the fight for the primogenitor's heart. But it definitely won't have any effect on the dragon sacrifice world. That world itself doesn't have anything that attracts us. I came to find you today because I want to establish a friendship with you and help each other out." If they really went to the infinite worlds, with his current understanding of God One, it was indeed unlikely that they would cause trouble like the sky-devouring clan. Even if they did cause trouble, they were destruction ancestral gods. With the help of other ancestral gods, Long Chen could also kill them. Therefore, this matter sounded feasible. After all, to Long Chen, he had to obtain those 2 world origins no matter what. "I actually agree to this transaction, but there are 3 things I need to clarify with you," Long Chen said solemnly. Now that he had made things clear, he could take precautions. "Speak." "First, as you said earlier, when we arrive at the dragon sacrificial world, we definitely can't destroy its peace. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I treat you as my friends, so you need to treat me as your friends too. That's not a problem. We know that the dragon sacrificial world is very prosperous and has countless lives. We want to enter these worlds to take a look and experience different kinds of life. The primogenitor's world is too boring." They were right on this point. Long Chen felt it too. The higher one's cultivation went, the more boring it would be. On the other hand, at the bottom of the world, one would be caught in the whirlpool. There would be more love and hatred, and perhaps life would have meaning. The second point is very important. Although I'm here, I have no idea how to leave. I'm only saying that if I find a way to leave, I'll definitely bring you away. However, there's no way to be sure. It's very likely that you'll help me, but I might also stay here forever. Perhaps God One had already guessed this, so he wasn't surprised. He said, "This is also a kind of gamble. We're betting that you can leave. If you can't, then we're just unlucky." He could accept this point. Long Chen said the last point, which was also the most important. He said, "The dragon sacrificial world is currently in the midst of destruction. The sky-devouring race that destroyed the ancestral dragon is sealed, but they can appear at any time. Moreover, there's a demonic god beast that's hard to deal with over there. If you go to the infinite worlds, in order to survive and protect that world, you'll probably have to fight the sky-devouring race. This isn't good for you. The primogenitor's world is more stable." God One smiled and said, "We know this even better. To be honest, first of all, we went to the dragon sacrificial world to escape this kind of life. If there's a war that we can participate in and feel that dying in battle is worth it, then we're willing to die like this. It's better than turning into the primogenitor's power here and dying. Although it's been an eternity, it hasn't experienced any changes. Secondly, I remember that the 10th ancestral dragon came to the primogenitor's world and was reborn here. I believe that once they devour the infinite worlds, they'll return here. At that time, we probably won't be able to escape. It's better to go back." The other party could accept all three of Long Chen's questions. From God One's words, Long Chen could clearly feel his kindness. He suddenly understood these primogenitors' lives very well. Comparing Long Chen's life to theirs, although his life was far shorter than theirs, it was countless times more exciting. To them, power wasn't even a concept. Although they were paragons, what use was that? There were paragons all around them. There was no space for them to go up or down. They might as well stay in a low-level sect, with elders and loved ones. Juniors have enemies and lovers. Even if this is lowly, it is still exciting and delightful. In that case, it's decided. They were people worthy of Long Chen's trust. Very well, then I'll let them come. God One was very happy. Chapter 3665. After about a quarter of an hour, a total of 10 huge beasts appeared around Long Chen. Among them, there were 4 ancestral divine mites that looked like God One. As long as they were of the same species, they basically looked the same. There were 2 ancestral kunpangs that looked a little like Ancestor Hun Kun. They had one less transformation than Ancestor Hun Kun. Their bodies were a dull gray color, with traces of time. They were the ancestors of the Kunpeng, and were clearly much stronger than Ancestor Hun Kun. The strongest ancestor god Hun Kun was only the ancestor god of the 5th era. There was also the ancestral primal chaos. He looked a little like the sky-devouring tribe, but was not. The ancestral ghostly fox was a dull gray fox with 108 tails. It was very sinister. The ancestral Cheongqi looked like an ox, with the fur of a hedgehog. There were 2 faint golden dragon horns on its forehead, and its mouth was like an eagle's beak. It had a pair of black wings, and it looked very savage. It was an extremely savage beast. The ancestral Taotai was similar to the Taotai beasts that Wu Yu had met before. It was also as savage as the ancestral Cheongqi. Although it looked much smaller than the Taotai beasts here, once it was in the 10,000 worlds, its body expanded, and the Taotai beasts could only be one of its teeth. It was these 10 seemingly savage primogenitor lifeforms that were surrounding Long Chen. The rest are in deep slumber, waiting to die. We cannot find them at all. However, with us here, it is more than enough to help you get 2 ancestral roots. They did not know that Long Chen knew the blood spirit devourer, but they seemed to be certain that Long Chen could snatch them. They were certain that Long Chen could snatch it. In reality, they did not even know what a creator ancestor god was. To them, the ancestral root was something that could be snatched. It should be their primogenitor lifeforms that had the ability to invade the ancestral root. From this, Long Chen thought that he could also be considered a primogenitor lifeform. Could it be possible? After all, he still had the world essences of 3 fourth-era ancestor gods. However, there weren't that many ancestral souls, and they weren't very useful to Long Chen. We all know where the nests of those 2 groups are. However, they should be roaming around the primogenitor world in search of you. The 2 groups are going in different directions, so they should be separated. When the time comes, one of us will monitor the movements of the other group, while the other 9 will follow you and fight for the ancestral root. With such an arrangement, there would basically be no loopholes. Long Chen, who do you think should fight for the ancestral phoenix's ancestral root first, or the ancestral Qilin? God One asked after the arrangements were made. Long Chen thought for a moment. Li Xuanji was still by his side. The first person to snatch it would have a higher chance of getting it. If he snatched the second person, the other party would definitely get the news that the first person was snatched. It would be more difficult, so he decided. Snatch first. The ancestral phoenix. The primogenitor phoenix, Phoenix 1, possessed the world essence of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon. No matter what, it was better to snatch it first. As for Phoenix 1's life, Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. They waited for a period of time, but it was hard to tell how long it had been. Time here was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. There was no way of knowing how much time had passed in the dragon sacrificial realm. Among them, the ancestral ghostly fox was the fastest. She went to monitor the ancestral Qilin. When the ancestral Qilin's group and the ancestral phoenix's group were too far apart to rescue, Long Chen and the other 9 prepared to attack. In a moment, the 7 of them will each restrain 1 ancestral phoenix. God 1 and God 2 will help me deal with Phoenix 1 quickly. How about that? As long as the 3 of you work together to suppress her, I will be able to deal with her quickly. No problem. 3 against 1. Moreover, Long Chen was slightly stronger than Phoenix 1. However, he wasn't 100% confident. After all, the other party knew the laws of hallucination and transformation. Although the attack power of such mystical laws wasn't very strong, it was still rather difficult to kill her. Because the progenitor phoenixes were chasing after Long Chen, it wasn't too difficult to find them. Soon, Long Chen and the others found the group of progenitor phoenixes. Go! The group of people quickly moved forward. Long Chen hid in God One's huge body and concealed his aura. With the 10 primogenitor life forms covering him, it would not be easy to find him quickly. Hearing their movements, the 8 ancestral phoenixes immediately turned around and saw God One and the others. They were not afraid, and they simply turned around. It's Divine Marshal, Hybrid Rock, and the others. They have the numbers. Should we leave? Phoenix 5th asked. There's no need for that. They might have the numbers, but they won't dare to provoke us. Phoenix 1 said fearlessly. She had the ancestral source now, so fighting 1 or 2 was not a problem. Moreover, there were only 9 of them. The ancestral ghostly fox was not here, so Phoenix 1 was even less afraid of encountering them. Huang 1, what are you and Qi 1 searching for during this period of time? God 1 stepped forward and tried to confuse them with words before he got close. It has nothing to do with you. Scram. Phoenix 1 had a bad temper. When God 1 and the others stepped forward, they were slightly wary and put up a defensive formation. For Long Chen, it was fine as long as they didn't run away. Why are you so excited? I'm guessing that the ancestral heart has appeared. Did you get it? Although God One was a primogenitor life form with a monotonous life and little experience, he was still quite smart. If he talked about the ancestral heart, the progenitor phoenixes would not be able to guess their true goal this time. So what if it is? Phoenix One thought. She did not want God One to know that the ancestral source had appeared. If they thought it was the ancestral heart, that would be perfect. That's good. Phoenix One, I'm here to ask you to work together to deal with the Qilin. They were the ones who obtained the ancestral heart the last 2 times. This time, it's our turn. Otherwise, they will be even more arrogant. While they were talking, the 9 beasts had already reached the 8 progenitor phoenixes. At this time, Phoenix One was still thinking about how to reject this alliance. After all, the ancestral source was more important than the ancestral heart. Even if God One wanted to ally with them, it would be useless. The resources would not be easy to distribute. The ancestral source was precious, and although Phoenix One knew that there were 2, she did not want to give either to God Wu. But just as she was thinking about it, the 9 behemoths suddenly sped up. 7 of them locked onto their own targets. Without a word, they suddenly attacked, using a domineering force to lock their opponents in their own world of attack. God One and God Two's target was Phoenix One. What are you doing? Phoenix One did not expect this at all. It was inconceivable. She did not understand the meaning of their attacks at all. But at this time, a familiar figure appeared above God One's body. His left hand was wrapped in time chains, and his right hand was holding a bloody godly sword. In an instant, he rushed over. First come, first served. 500 yuan. In order to repay the support, 500 yuan was given out today. Everyone, follow Feng Qingyang on WeChat. Click on the history, and you will find the password. Regular users can receive the password directly. Everyone quickly copied the number, opened Alipay, and scrolled down to find the red envelope option. The red envelope option might be hidden at the bottom. Among the 3, whoever entered the password fast enough would get a red packet. Also, Alipay needed to be authenticated to receive a red envelope. Chapter 3666. It's you. The progenitor phoenixes found it hard to react at the first moment. They couldn't understand why the progenitor divine might and the others didn't fight for Long Chen's ancestral source. Instead, they followed Long Chen to attack them. Long Chen was just one person. Could it be that stealing his ancestral source was harder than stealing their own? That was impossible. Long Chen was an outsider. He was alone and had a powerful treasure. The progenitor Phoenix race and the progenitor Qilin race were trying their best to find him. Of course, there was no time to think about why at this juncture. There was only slaughter. Accept the challenge. The primogenitor's world was only lively during the fight for the primogenitor's heart. The current situation was clearly more intense than the fight for the primogenitor's heart. It could happen at any moment. However, they weren't easy to deal with. The moment they saw Long Chen, the crystal-like Phoenix One used the looming Shadow Dream Dragon's laws to create a large-scale law. Second World. Among the ancestral dragons, the looming Shadow Dream Dragon was the strangest and most difficult to deal with. Its hallucinatory laws could often make people fall into a hallucinatory world. The name of the second world's laws was enough to show that it was the pinnacle of hallucinatory laws. It was a hallucinatory world apart from the real world. In an instant, everyone was enveloped in the second world. The impact of the second world even drowned out the worlds created by the other progenitor lifeforms. However, Long Chen was also very fast. At this time, he didn't care about exposing the other world origins. The Karma halberd appeared in his left hand, which was wrapped in the chains of time. The halberd slashed down and tore open a Karma Great World. This Karma Great World wasn't big. It only surrounded Longchen, Phoenix 1, God 1, and God 2. However, from the inside, it seemed endless. Therefore, Huang Yi's second world was cut off by the Karma Great World. He lost contact with the outside world. The primogenitor's life outside was no longer affected by the second world, but the inside of the Karma Great World was filled with the mist of the second world. That illusory law was above Longchen's golden mist and black land. 3 ancestral roots. Huang Wan was even more shocked. He did not expect Longchen to have 3 ancestral roots with him. With each additional ancestral root, Longchen's value would increase tremendously. God 1, God 2. He has 3 ancestral roots, so let's join hands and snatch them. 2 of the ancestral roots will belong to you, and will only take 1. Now, he was surrounded by 3 people, and they were all in Longchen's karma world. Huang Wan naturally knew that he was in danger, so he made this decision. This was his bottom line. 2 ancestral roots. God 1 and God 2 hesitated for a moment. However, compared to the outside world, the temptation of ancestral roots was too low. If 2 ancestral roots were enough to tempt them, the 10 primogenitors would have attacked Longchen a long time ago. Keep it for yourself, God 1 replied indifferently. In reality, he was already restricted by the second world. It wasn't just him. Longchen was in the same situation. Inside the second world, many memories that didn't exist appeared in his mind. The world around him, the scenery, and the people were constantly changing. This deep environment allowed Longchen to see many tragic scenes. It was even scarier than when he used the mirror of future. I didn't expect the illusory law to be so powerful. God 1 and God 2 won't be able to help before I destroy the second world. Huang Wan used the second world to break the encirclement. Longchen, the noise was disturbing Longchen's mind. However, he felt a cooling sensation in his heart that allowed him to calm down. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Li Xuanji was probably using her own illusory law and transformation law. He kept reminding himself. It's time to break the law. The fourth world source appeared in Longchen's hand. The Fate Necklace. The necklace was a ring, and so was the time chain. Eternal Fate Island. This was a fusion law, a fusion of the time and fate laws. The power of time surrounded the power of fate, forming a tiny island. However, when the two powers collided, the shockwaves spread out continuously, changing and surging. Rumble. As it shook, the second world was distorted by the power of time and fate. It crumbled, and in an instant, the second world vanished. God 1 and God 2 walked out of the hallucination. The 3 of them and Phoenix 1 were practically face to face. The fourth one. Longchen's fate ancestral root made Huang Wan even more jealous. She even imagined that if the ancestral Phoenix tribe could obtain 4 more ancestral roots, at least 5 of them would be able to catch up to the ancestral mystical dragons in the past. However, this was her real crisis. Dark Sky Pillars. The 2 primogenitor divine marshals made their moves immediately. They used the power of their worlds to condense 2 huge black pillars in the Karma Great Realm. The black pillars possessed heaven-defying power that could break the Karma Great Realm. The 2 pillars' target was obviously Huang Wan. You guys are crazy. Huang Yi couldn't understand why they would ignore the sources of the 4 worlds and target him instead. Omniscient manifestation. His crystalline body unleashed a new law in his rage. The omniscient manifestation created an endless net that illuminated everything in a short period of time. Tens of thousands of vivid and lifelike images appeared on the net. Each image turned into a primogenitor life form. Tens of thousands of primogenitor lifeforms were fighting against Longchen and the primogenitor divine marshals. Boom! A large number of primogenitor lifeforms were fighting against the dark sky pillars. The situation in the Karma Great Realm was incredibly intense. Huang Wen could still hold on against two opponents at once, but this time, Long Chen wouldn't give her another chance. In his hand was a new fusion of law. The Ring of Life and the Bloodlust Sword were tightly linked. The power of the two worlds intertwined and fused, waiting for Long Chen to use the law to integrate this power and release it. Die. In an instant, the opposing forces of life and death combined together at this moment. Life was death. And death was death. The power of death surged out of the sword and formed a sword aura that pierced through the Karma Great Realm. It exploded into countless sword auras that pierced through the omniscient manifestation. Sword of Nirvana. This law was somewhat similar to the Sword of Nirvana, but its effects were different. It was more effective when it came to killing life. Chapter 3667. Two primogenitors and Long Chen, the strongest of them all, attacked at the same time. Breaking Huang Yi's laws was a piece of cake. In a head-on clash with Long Chen and the others, there was no benefit at all. Sword of Nirvana. Countless rays of green and blood-red sword energy flashed past. The lives Huang Yi had created were destroyed one by one. The primogenitor lives that had been used to resist the dark sky pillars were destroyed in no time at all. Boom! Because of this, the two dark sky pillars slammed into Huang Yi's wings. They pierced right through them and pinned Huang Yi to the black earth of the Karma Great World. Success! God 1 and God 2, with Long Chen's help, could completely suppress Huang Yi. The two black pillars turned into countless spikes that pierced Huang Yi's body. For a short period of time, Huang Yi couldn't resist at all, and he was firmly restrained. Long Chen took advantage of this opportunity. Blood Spirit Devourer. The long sword was like a dot of bloody light. It moved in front of Huang Yi in the Karma Great World. Long Chen saw the ancestral source on her body. It was a necklace similar to the necklace of fate, but it was a pendant. It was a black crystal in the shape of a heart. It looked a bit like the everlasting guardian heart that Long Chen had given Li Xuanji. Crack! Long Chen found the opportunity to pierce through Huang Yi's necklace while the black pillars were suppressing him. Arg! The Blood Spirit Devourer wasn't just a simple killing law. It also contained the power of the Jade Dragon Dao Seal. When it pierced through the world source, the ancestral soul was quickly devoured by the Bloodlust Sword. Huang Yi's life was gone. She had the world source, so this was the only way for Long Chen to take it back. Plus, the infinite worlds didn't have much time to think about it. With the ancestral soul destroyed, Huang Yi's primogenitor phoenix body turned to dust. All that was left was the damaged world source. Finally obtaining the world origin, Long Chen hurriedly stored it in his divine kingdom. Long Chen, there are 6 world origins. This is different from the other world origins. The world origins are complete. Does that mean that when we merge with this world origin, we can directly become the 4th epoch's ancestral god? Li Xuanji could easily move from Long Chen's body to the divine kingdom. She held the necklace in her hand and spoke excitedly. After all, the world source was created by Huang Yi. It was complete. Even though that's the case, the problem is, we don't know where her origin dragon soul has gone. That was the key. He still lacked the origin dragon soul. Only by obtaining the origin dragon soul would he be considered to have obtained it completely. No matter what, obtaining the psychedelic pendant was the first step. Long Chen is now. He urgently needed to gather all of the ancestral dragon's legacies. He wanted to see what would happen after he gathered all of them. Buzz! The Karma Great World opened, and Long Chen and the others came out. The 14 primogenitors were still fighting outside. When Long Chen and the others appeared, both sides knew that Huang Yi was dead. There was no need to continue fighting. Huang Yi, you will pay a heavy price sooner or later. The primogenitors did not want to continue fighting. Now that Huang Yi was dead, they could no longer fight against Long Chen and the others. Therefore, they quickly abandoned their opponents and fled. They had spoken ruthlessly. After all, they were equivalent to 7 fourth epoch's ancestral gods. Long Chen could not kill them one by one. Plus, there was no need for him to. After they left, the 9 primogenitors surrounded Long Chen and congratulated him. The ghostly fox ancestor said that the ancestor Qilins have heard the news and are heading here, God One said. Heading here? Are they looking to die? Long Chen was confused at first, but when he raised his head, he saw that the primogenitors were also heading towards the ancestor Qilins. It was obvious. I think they want to work together. We forced them. Otherwise, with their past confrontations, it would be impossible for them to work together. Now that Huang Yi is dead, the primogenitors want revenge. They want to take the 5 ancestral roots that Long Chen has. The ancestor Qilins are worried that we will attack Qi One, and they also want the ancestral roots that Long Chen has. Therefore, it would be strange if they didn't work together. If they work together to kill us, they will benefit greatly. There are 15 of them in total. We should leave this place first. If they work together, their fighting power would far surpass that of Long Chen and the others. Therefore, Long Chen understood that they had to leave first. If they were too late, they would have to give up everything they got today, along with their lives. While they were moving, Long Chen thought about it and said, from now on, the 15 of them will not split up. We are outnumbered. We have to think of another way. What way? You said that there are still a few primogenitors left here. Can we get their help? How many of them are there? Right now, every primogenitor's life was crucial. Including himself, there were only 11 on Long Chen's side. If 4 or more of the remaining primogenitors were willing to join them, then they would have a chance. There are probably 4 or 5 left. Maybe 4 or 5. We don't even know if one of them is still alive. Do you know where they are? They are always wandering, so it will be hard to find them. This method will waste a lot of time and energy. It will be hard to believe that the primogenitors are not sincere. It will be troublesome if they change sides. However, we have to try. After all, it is the only way. Before, they didn't think that the 2 sides would work together so quickly. Don't worry, it's still early. Besides, the ancestral Phoenix and ancestral Qilin might not be completely united. They each have their own little schemes. If we can make use of them, it might not be a bad idea. Long Chen wasn't worried. Let's rest for a while. When the ancestral ghostly fox returns, we will look for the remaining primogenitors. At the same time, we can think of a way to leave this place. Although it was a rest, Long Chen actually had other things to do. He needed to study the psychedelic pendant and see if there was a way to find the Shadow Dream Dragon's origin dragon soul. After all, the ancestral dragons would usually hide this information in the world origin. Yesterday, he used Alipay to add Feng Qingyang on WeChat and sent 200 red packets. In the end, they were all snatched up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Everyone was too fierce. Those who didn't get any did not have to worry. In order to celebrate and welcome the release of the new book at the end of the month, the lunatic would organize activities and send red packets every few days. It was something practical to repay everyone's support for the Dragon Blood. If everyone was enthusiastic and willing to support the original book, the lunatic could keep sending red packets without a problem. An end, a beginning. A new journey would be even more glorious. Sincerity would definitely be rewarded. Chapter 3668. While waiting for the ancestral ghostly fox to return, Long Chen focused most of his attention on the psychedelic pendant. Li Xuanji was also pondering. Long Chen delved into the inner world of the pendant. It was an illusory world filled with colors. Everything was constantly changing, and there was no fixed shape. Sometimes it would change into a city, sometimes it would change into a forest, and sometimes it would change into a river or lake. Sometimes, there were countless people walking, and sometimes, there were thousands of beasts running. Any world was so real. Long Chen and Li Xuanji walked around in this world, trying to find some information. Logically speaking, he had inherited the essence blood of the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon and was considered half the owner of the psychedelic pendant. It was relatively easy for him to find any information inside. Unexpectedly, this inner world seemed to have a lot of information, but there was no useful information. Long Chen and Li Xuanji searched for a long time inside. Basically, they had found all the information, but they still could not find the real location of the origin dragon soul. Maybe there is nothing? Li Xuanji asked. Normally, the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon would have left some clues for me. It must have left some clues for me. I can't find it now. It's possible that the ancestral phoenix erased this important information when it became the owner of this psychedelic pendant. After confirming that there was no information, the two of them left. What a pity. If there's news of the origin dragon soul here, then as long as you obtain it and reach the level of the fourth era's primordial ancestor god, I reckon that no matter how many primordial lifeforms there are, you'll be able to easily obtain the world source of the ancestor Qilin and find a way to leave this place. There is no other way. At this time, the ancestral ghostly fox had already met up with the group. Then, they gathered together and prepared to search for the other ancestral life forms. They had already wasted a lot of time waiting for Long Chen to investigate the psychedelic pendant and the ancestral ghostly fox. As they advanced, Long Chen suddenly thought of a problem. He said, "We are looking for them. Would the ancestral phoenix and ancestral Qilin be looking for them as well? Their reasons should be more direct." After all, Long Chen now had 5 world origins on him, and the temptation was more obvious. If one stood on Long Chen's side and went to the infinite worlds where life and death were unknown, a normal person would not make such a choice. Speed up. I know where 1 or 2 primogenitor lifeforms usually roam. God One took Long Chen and the others with him as they sped up to find the primogenitor lifeforms. At this time, when God One called out to these primogenitors, they were already ignoring him. However, normally speaking, they could not be bothered. The problem was that after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find them. God One. At this moment, a voice called out to the primogenitor Divine Might. The primogenitor Divine Might recognized the other party. It's primogenitor Wizard. In the primogenitor world, there was only one primogenitor Wizard. Usually, he was the closest to the 10 primogenitor life forms. He was also the one that the primogenitor Divine Might felt was most likely to join them. Primogenitor Wizard, where are you? How can I find you? God One asked hurriedly. There's no need to look. We're going to find you, the primogenitor Wizard said indifferently. This gave everyone a bad feeling. God One asked, how many of you are there? What do you think? The other party asked. If it's just you or the others, it would be even better, God One said. The other party suddenly sighed and said, God One, this time, we really don't understand what you're thinking. You're actually helping outsiders to deal with our primogenitor life forms. Now, this outsider has 5 ancestral roots. Maybe even more. As expected, the primogenitor Wizard had been roped in by the primogenitor Qilin and primogenitor Phoenix. This was based on the fact that he also coveted the ancestral roots. What I'm thinking is that I want to follow him to the dragon sacrificial realm and escape from the primogenitor's heart. I want to live forever. There are countless lives in the dragon sacrificial realm, but our primogenitor world is too boring. We want to experience the meaning of life. As for you guys, so what if you have the ancestral roots? The scope of your life will forever be the primogenitor world. You guys can't be as exciting as the primogenitor divine dragon. Pursuing the ancestral roots is a joke in itself. Even if you have the ancestral roots, you'll only be stronger than a few dozen people. When we reach the dragon sacrificial realm, we'll be stronger than billions of lives. Wizard, you and the others should think this through. Compared to the meaningless ancestral roots, there are some things that will make us feel like we've existed. We don't have to guard the endless years and live a monotonous life. Long Chen could understand what God One and the others were pursuing. If it were Long Chen himself, he wouldn't choose the ancestral roots either. Instead, he would choose to go to the infinite worlds and experience life. Hundreds of millions of years of loneliness couldn't compare to a moment of excitement. Don't be fooled. You know very well that he doesn't have a way to leave the primogenitor world. The current ancestral roots can't let people leave the primogenitor world. I think you should give up. In any case, the few of us have already made our choice, primogenitor Wizard said. In other words, you're all on their side? That's right. You're a step too slow. We've already gathered with Phoenix and Qilin. There's a total of 20. Much more than you guys. God One, it's not too late for the 10 of you to regret your decision. I don't dare to say it for the others, but you should be able to get a share. Forget it. God One told Long Chen and the others the contents of the conversation. A total of 20 of them had gathered together and were already chasing after them. How could this be? After hearing this news, the 10 progenitors panicked. The lives of the 5 progenitors were crucial. Once they joined their team, they would definitely die. Once they joined their team, their hands would basically be equal. But now, they had joined them. This was the most troublesome part. The other side had already outnumbered them by twice. 2 against 1, plus they were fighting for the ancestral roots. They would definitely go all out. If they encountered them under such circumstances, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Not everyone in this team was as resolute as God One. This was also a sign of danger. As a primogenitor, it was difficult not to be interested in the ancestral roots. After all, the only difference in strength in the primogenitor world was whether or not one had an ancestral root. Those with ancestral roots, such as Qilin One and Phoenix One, had high statuses. Furthermore, at their level, the ancestral roots were the only way to become stronger. After being bored for so long, perhaps everyone wanted to make some changes. Chapter 3669. Shen Yi, we can't hold on any longer. One of the primogenitors, Hun Kun, said. It doesn't seem worth risking our lives for an uncertain future. A few of them harbored ill intentions toward Long Chen. Perhaps they were thinking that they might as well kill Long Chen first instead of waiting for him to catch up and kill Long Chen. Although they wouldn't be able to leave this place, they would at least be able to obtain a lot of ancestral roots. That would be enough to give each of them an ancestral root. Of course, their conversation was carried out behind Long Chen's back. At this moment, everyone was trying to figure out how to deal with the situation as they moved. That won't do. We've already promised him and made a deal with him. How can we go back on our word and go back on our word? Although they have more people, it doesn't mean we have no hope. They don't want to leave the primogenitor world, but I want to. God One rejected firmly and decisively. At least the other 3 primogenitors were completely loyal to him. After arguing a few times, the matter was settled. The 10 primogenitors continued to follow Long Chen, but Long Chen could clearly sense that some of them were looking at him differently. Originally, they only needed to get rid of Qi Yi to resolve this matter completely. He hadn't expected that killing Huang Yi would lead to so many problems. Do you have a solution? Li Xuanji asked. No. After all, the primogenitor world's structure was too simple. There were only a few existences with similar strength. Now that the 20 of them were gathered together, they were unshakable. Apart from fighting head-on, there was no other way. In any case, Long Chen didn't believe that they would choose to split up to deal with Long Chen. Then we'll have to trouble you. Li Xuanji was also a little confused. It's fine. We'll cross the bridge when we come to it. There will definitely be a solution. Long Chen was relatively calm. In the vast primogenitor world, the only way to avoid being easily found was by constantly moving. From time to time, Long Chen would scan his surroundings with his Eye of Life Origins. Once someone approached, he would be able to detect them in advance. At a certain moment, as he activated his Eye of Life Origins, he discovered that there really were around 20 life forms chasing after him. The other party had actually caught up so quickly. It was simply unbelievable. It should be considered beyond common sense. Someone must have betrayed them. Go. At this time, Long Chen couldn't care about anything else. He directly turned and left. Sure enough, there were people in this group that came to intercept him. Looking around, besides the 4 ancestral divine marshals, the other 6 had betrayed Long Chen and joined their group in order to seize Long Chen's world source. The other side should have promised them good conditions. God One and the others looked at the scene in shock. However, Long Chen had many tricks up his sleeves. It wasn't easy for them to capture Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen broke out of their encirclement. The Sea of Tranquility. He used the laws of time to create a sea, causing time to come to a complete standstill. Even if it was only for an instant, Long Chen would be able to smoothly rush out. Moreover, the ancestral divine mites also had time to gather together with Long Chen. Let's go first. At this time, there was no way to criticize them. After all, this was their choice. Long Chen and the 4 ancestral divine marshals gathered together and fled. At this time, the Kunpeng and the others broke free of the Sea of Tranquility's law and chased after them. Behind them, there were still 20 ancestral divine marshals. Basically, there were 26 ancestral divine marshals chasing Long Chen's 5. This was a 5-to-1 disparity. In a direct confrontation, death was certain. Because of Long Chen's appearance, the primogenitor world had undergone such a change. All the ancestral divine marshals were alarmed and joined in the chase. Long Chen, God One, it's useless for you to run. The primogenitor world is only so big. They can escape for a lifetime, but they can't escape forever. Especially God One. Give up. You only have 4 people left. If you don't give up and we catch you, you won't even be able to keep your lives. All these years, we've had a good relationship with your ancestral divine marshals. Don't force us to personally kill you. The 6 pursuing ancestral divine marshals were constantly threatening Long Chen and the others. Fortunately, God One and the others didn't waver because of their massive disadvantage. They still firmly followed Long Chen. Everyone, since things have come to this, we might as well enter my divine kingdom. I'm the fastest, and there's no point in fighting them head-on. Let's escape their pursuit first. Long Chen made this decision. Since God One was still willing to follow him in this situation, Long Chen would remember this sentiment in his heart. He trusted in God One and the others' character. In the future, they would be friends. All right. During this chase, the 4 primogenitors entered Long Chen's divine kingdom. After this was done, Long Chen returned to being alone. Then, he unleashed his high speed and charged forward. In terms of speed, it was much faster than if everyone had fled together. However, none of the primogenitors were to be trifled with. Right now, the 26 of them were closely following Long Chen. At their level, the difference in speed wasn't too great. Although it was difficult to catch up to Long Chen, they wouldn't lose him. As long as Long Chen turned around, he could see the two groups of people chasing him relentlessly. Long Chen, don't waste your efforts. Their attitudes were cold. In this prolonged pursuit, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like 10 days had passed. Although the distance between them had increased, he still couldn't shake them off. If this continues, I'll tire one day. When that time comes, as long as they catch up, the 26 of them will rush at me and kill me in an instant. This can't go on. Long Chen could only think of other ways. However, the problem was that the primogenitor's world was empty. There were only primogenitors. There was no other way, and it was impossible for others to help him. Sorry, we weren't able to help you. God won and the others were helpless. This isn't your fault. Think again. Is there any other place in the primogenitor's world where we can take refuge? Long Chen could only place his thoughts on this. Refuge? If there was, we would have sent you there long ago. The primogenitor divine mites were also vexed. Chapter 3670. Why didn't you say so earlier? The fact that Shen San had suddenly thought of this was great news for Long Chen. Perhaps it was possible. This was the only turning point. From Shen San's words, it should be a place that the primogenitors could not enter. Long Chen might not be able to enter either, but it was still a chance. It was much better than being chased in the primogenitor world. That place has been abandoned for a long time. If we didn't see you, we would have forgotten about it. Tell me the direction, I'll go there. Okay. During the chase, Long Chen hurriedly changed direction and headed for the lair of the primogenitor divine dragons. This might be the most important place in the entire primogenitor world for me. Long Chen was very confident. He had come to the ancestral dragon cave to explore this place. The primogenitor world was empty. It was possible that the secret of the primogenitor world was in the world left behind by the primogenitor divine dragons. With a target, he would use all his skills. Still in vain. The primogenitor world is only so big. How long do you plan to run? We have an endless amount of time. We can continue wasting time with you. Behind him, there was a huge group of people chasing after Long Chen. They spread out and surrounded him. With their abilities, as long as they could restrain Long Chen, they would be able to charge at him together. At that time, Long Chen would be dead. Killing Long Chen would only take an instant. Not to mention 5 origins of worlds, even a few dozen of them wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of so many enemies. That was close. Just looking back made one's scalp go numb. There were simply too many people on the other side. When spread out, they were everywhere. Every one of them wanted to cut Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. How much further? Hang in there, there's still a long time. Damn! This was already a desperate battle of patience. At the same time, they had to be careful of the laws that attacked from time to time. They had many ways to save the lives of the 26 primogenitors. It was not as simple as just chasing. The brutal chase continued in the primogenitor world for many days. Long Chen faced great danger several times. Fortunately, he was alone and could still be considered nimble. On the other hand, the other party would fall behind from time to time. In the end, there weren't many who were still hanging behind him. There were about 15. There were still more than 10 scattered in the primogenitor world. However, they could still catch up. The one closest to Long Chen was Qi, one of the primogenitor Qilins. Of all the primogenitor lifeforms, only he had an ancestral essence. This was actually a bait. If I can't hold back any longer, I'll turn around and try to get all of the ancestral mana. The other primogenitors will be able to suppress me, and as long as one of them locks onto me, the others will be able to kill me. This was quite depressing for Long Chen. The world source of the Chaos Calamity Dragon was right in front of him, but he couldn't touch it. Fortunately, for Long Chen, the most crucial moment had arrived. After a long period of pursuit, he finally saw a speck of light in the depths of the primogenitor's world. The origin of the Chaos Calamity Dragon was right in front of him, but he could not touch it. Shen 3 said excitedly. All right. Now that he found the place, things would be easy. Next, he had to see if he could enter this place that all the primogenitors could not enter. Looking from afar, the nest was getting closer and closer. He actually fled here. This is the nest of the primogenitor dragon. We can't seem to enter, but he might. We definitely cannot let him in. The 26 primogenitors were extremely anxious. However, Long Chen still held back some. At this time, he left restrictions and power in front of him as he sped forward. The primogenitors behind him were blocked by many layers and could not go any faster. The nest in front of him was already very clear. What made Long Chen a little surprised was that it was actually a dark gray beehive. It was far from being as big as the universe beehive of the myriad worlds, but the degree of mystery and primitive it far surpassed the universe beehive. This was probably as old as the entire primogenitor world. The first primogenitor dragon was probably the first to be born among the primogenitors. However, outside the dark gray beehive, one could vaguely feel a layer of nothingness and invisible barrier. It seemed like a simple barrier that did not even exist, but it was actually quite a headache for all the primogenitors. This was because they had tried countless times, but they could not penetrate the barrier and reach the inside of the nest. They were very willing to occupy the nest left behind by the primogenitor dragon. When the primogenitor dragon had dominated this place, this was their forbidden area. We primogenitors are always at odds with each other. That's why we set up many defenses around our lairs. This is especially true for the primogenitor divine dragon. It was built by Long Yi. Ever since it was built, we've never passed through it. While God One and the others were talking, Long Chen had already arrived in front of the nest. He could clearly feel the existence of the barrier and the attraction of the beehive cavern below. As long as I pass through, I won't have to worry about my life. Long Chen thought to himself. Long Chen, before you give it a try, it's best if you don't charge in. The barrier is attacking the ancestor's soul. If you charge in at this speed, the ancestor's soul might collapse, Shen Yi reminded him. There's no time. If he stopped to try, the other party would be able to imprison him during this period of time. Then I can only risk my life and try, God One said solemnly. After all, Long Chen was right. Not yet. There was no time now. This fellow is really not afraid of death. Let's watch, he will smash his own ancestral soul and leave the ancestral root for us. Qi Wen and the others said with certainty. Right at this moment, Long Chen disregarded everything and directly slammed against the barrier of nothingness. Buzz. It was daunting but not dangerous. Perhaps it was because of his bloodline. It worked. As the primogenitor divine dragon, Long Chen easily entered the barrier. Ripples appeared on the barrier, just like the surface of water. Long Chen was actually very confident. This was a place that only the primogenitor dragons could enter and exit. Since he was the primogenitor dragon, he could naturally enter. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. When he turned around, the 26 primogenitors had indeed arrived. They were all dumbfounded as they looked at Long Chen, who was in his lair. For a moment, they could only stare blankly. Every one of them had tried to pass through the barrier, but no one had ever entered. Chapter 3671. Safe. In God Nation, the 4 primogenitors heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, there was a barrier between Long Chen and them. Although it was hard for Long Chen to obtain Qi Yi's world source, at least for the time being, his life wasn't in danger. Both sides glanced at each other. Honestly speaking, letting Long Chen enter this place was like letting the meat in their hands escape. They could only watch anxiously. Long Chen, don't think that you can do anything by hiding here. Let me tell you, we have plenty of time. So what if we wait here until the end of time? We have countless years to accompany you. Qi Yi was still rather calm. Long Chen smiled and said, then let's wait. I have countless years too. But it seems that without the primogenitor's heart, your primogenitors will die. I want to see if you can last longer or if I can. You guys still have to compete for the primogenitor's heart. I don't believe that you guys can really be united. Don't forget, I only have 5 ancestral roots. How can it be enough for all of you? Long Chen went straight to the point and raised 2 of their problems. In reality, he was very anxious. He didn't have much time to be in a deadlock with them. He had to obtain Qi Yi's world source as soon as possible. More importantly, he had to find a way to leave this primogenitor's world. After all, the myriad worlds still needed Long Chen. If the demon god beasts discovered that Long Chen wasn't around, it would definitely cause huge trouble. Then we'll wait. Also, we've never gathered 26 primogenitors together. We don't believe that all of us together can't compare to Dragon One's barrier. Dragon One left early in the morning, and we won't be able to hold out for long. At this point, they seem to have made an agreement. All the primogenitors prepared to attack together. In an instant, the earth-shattering laws bombarded the barrier, causing it to shake. Long Chen was actually worried that they would break it. They might have the power to do so. However, looking closely, it seemed like there was really no problem with the barrier. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break it. At least, it could maintain stability for a short period of time. This period of time is enough for me to explore the nest left behind by the ancestral dragons. Therefore, even though the barrier was shaking, Long Chen's expression did not change. He focused his attention on the huge beehive below. There were countless caves on the gray beehive. Standing above, Long Chen could see 9 of the caves at first glance. The 9 caves were very large, almost taking up half of the entire beehive. One of the largest caves was located in the center of the beehive, and the other 8 were arranged in the position of the 8 trigrams. Between the 9, there were countless small caves. The 9 caves were the most eye-catching. These 9 caves should be the nests of the 9-headed ancestral dragons. The other smaller caves should be empty. Therefore, Long Chen focused his attention on the 9 giant caves. Among them, the largest cave in the center attracted Long Chen's attention. He thought, this should be the lair of the first ancestral dragon. This was the place that Long Chen wanted to enter the most. He reached the top of the central cave in an instant. Just as he was about to enter, his expression suddenly changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Because, he realized that there was a barrier at the entrance of the cave, and this barrier was thicker than the one outside. It looked calm, but in reality, there were endless changes and storms inside. The barrier was black, so it was difficult for Long Chen to see what was inside. I can't enter this place. This was Long Chen's intuition, because he felt that the barrier was hostile towards him. If he tried to force his way in, he would definitely be attacked by an extremely strong force, and it was very likely that he would be destroyed. After all, it seemed like the first ancestral dragon valued this place a lot, and that was why he had set up such a terrifying barrier. How can this be? The central cave was like this, so Long Chen went to look at the other 8 giant caves. He realized that these 8 giant caves were like the central cave, completely sealed by the ancestral dragons, and it seemed like even Long Chen could not enter. This is troublesome, he could not enter the 9 most important caves. Of course, it was not absolutely impossible, and he definitely had to try. But now, Long Chen was hesitant about whether or not to attack. At this time, there was a resistance in his heart, reminding him not to break the barrier. Looking up, he saw 26 ancestral life forms attacking wildly. Once the outermost barrier was broken, he would be surrounded inside, and he would really die without a burial. Everything he left behind would be divided up by the ancestral life forms. What should I choose? If he did not break the barrier and enter deeper, he would probably die. But a serious intuition was preventing him from doing so. Right, there are also these small caves. Long Chen had neglected these small caves. Although small, they were still more than a few hundred meters in diameter. In this ancestral world, even the ancestral life forms were only 100 meters in size. A diameter of a few hundred meters was quite large, and in the infinite worlds, it would exceed the size of an origin-grade world. There were thousands of these small caves that were a few hundred meters in diameter. Some were big, some were small, and some were even 1,000 meters in diameter. It was just that it couldn't be compared to the 9 largest ones. The 9 largest ones were at least 10,000 meters tall. The largest cave in the center was more than 100,000 meters in diameter. Long Chen approached one of the caves that was about 1,000 meters in diameter, and he found that there was a barrier at the entrance of the cave, but the difference was that this barrier was the same type as the barrier outside the ancestral mystical dragon's lair. Long Chen could pass through the outside, and of course, he could pass through the inside. There was no intention of stopping him here. This way, if they break the outside, I still have a barrier to protect me. But if they break 2 of the barriers inside, it will be even more difficult for me to escape. After all, he was in a cave. But this was not easy. I better go in and take a look first. Without saying a word, Long Chen directly passed through another layer of barrier and entered the deep and serene cave abode. As soon as he entered, he sensed a smell that made him extremely repulsed. The smell of blood. He did not dislike blood, but the smell was really unpleasant. Inside. Long Chen went tens of thousands of meters in, and suddenly, the depths of the cave shook. Then, almost instantly, Long Chen saw millions of eyes open at the same time. The ripples in front of him turned into a scarlet sea. Long Chen remembered a place. Massacre Dragon City, Massacre Dragon Graveyard, Bloody Hell.